A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, in the years Our Miss Brooks has been teaching English at Madison High School, her principal, Osgood Conklin, has made his own appraisal of her worth. Now, whenever a position of responsibility is open at Madison, Miss Brooks is the first name that pops into Mr. Conklin's mind.
That's so he can pop it right out again. Oddly enough, though, he did put me in charge of Madison's Christmas drive for second-hand clothing. I discussed my new duties with my landlady over breakfast last Friday.
But, Connie, Christmas is only 10 days off. Why did Mr. Conklin wait until now to start his clothing drive?
I guess he couldn't make up his mind about one important item, Mrs. Davis.
What's that?
Whether he should organize the teachers to get clothes for the needy or organize the needy to get clothes for the teachers. But it is a good cause.
What are you donating, Connie?
I'm giving an old dress of mine, Mrs. Davis.
But you're the head of the drive. Is one dress enough?
I was going to give two, Mrs. Davis, but I remembered a Board of Education rule that says a teacher can't appear in public in a slip.
Well, I'm going to help out, too, Connie. I've got my donation right on this chair.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mrs. Davis.
I couldn't decide whether to give my old bathrobe or my old overcoat to the drive. But I finally made up my mind. Here you are, dear.
Say, this bathrobe is in pretty good condition.
That's the overcoat.
Oh, well, I'd better get ready to leave. Walter Denton's picking me up soon.
Oh, before you go, Connie, do you still plan on doing your Christmas shopping this afternoon?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mrs. Davis. I've got the $25 I saved up this year right in this envelope.
Good. I made out a little Christmas list of my own. I figured that with you being downtown anyway and me having so many things to do around the house, you wouldn't mind making a few simple purchases for me.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Mrs. Davis. What do you want me to get?
I've got the names and the presents all itemized, Connie, and here's $25 I've saved up.
How many presents do you want me to get?
Just for the immediate family. My sister Angela, my brother Victor, a couple of cousins. It only comes to 12 gifts altogether. Are you sure you don't mind doing my shopping for me, Connie?
Not at all, Mrs. Davis. I just have one problem.
What's that?
Who'll I get to do mine? It was very nice of you to secure these old clothes from your friends and neighbors, Walter. You must have put in quite a lot of effort into this drive.
For sweet charity and you, I'd bust a gut.
Walter, please. The word is burst.
Sorry. But how do you like my contribution, Miss Brooks?
It's lovely, Walter. Some old lady will be delighted with this lace shawl.
That's my old sweatshirt. I guess the moths took a taste of it.
Some more's left a taste of it. Thanks for the contribution.
Well, that's not all I'm doing for your drive, Miss Brooks. Wait till you see the headline in the school paper today.
The Monitor? What does it say?
It says, Miss Brooks needs clothes desperately. Does that sound urgent enough, Miss Brooks?
Urgent? Sounds like I was caught backstage at a burlesque show. But I appreciate your interest in this drive, Walter, and if there's ever anything I can do to reciprocate...
There he is, Miss Brooks. You see, I haven't bought Harriet Conklin her Christmas present yet, and I thought maybe you could make a suggestion.
Well, what kind of a present do you have in mind?
Well, I want something that appears luxurious without being excessively opulent. There's something steeped in gentility rather than touched by flamboyance. In a word, it should be a gift that conveys to its recipient all the ardor and sincerity of its meticulous donor.
How much do you want to spend?
$1.25.
Why don't you just send her your description of what the gift should be like? I'll try and help you out, though, Walter. I'm doing my Christmas shopping this afternoon. Maybe I'll get an idea.
Miss Brooks, did you say that you're going shopping today?
I get the feeling that yes would be a fatal answer here. But yes, Walter, I am.
Well, what a fortunate coincidence. Now, what could be simpler than to leave the selection of Harriet's present up to you?
But, Walter, I've got so many
You'll
things.
be passing the store counters anyway, Miss Brooks. And who has a finer taste than you have? Who has a better sense of values? An eye for beauty?
Walter, you ought to know me well enough by now to realize that flattery will get you somewhere.
I see you do it. Oh, I can't think of anyone I'd rather have select presents for Harriet and my mother.
Well, I figured, wait a minute, who raised?
Oh, it'll be a cinch, Miss Brooks. Oh, my mother is very easily pleased.
That's obvious.
After all, who knows women and their desires better than you do? And while you're there, you can get my father's present, too.
Why, Walter, you're implying that I know men and their desires, too.
No men. Oh, Miss Brooks, when it comes to men, no one even comes near you.
Don't rub it in.
Here, Miss Brooks, take this $5 bill and put it in your bag.
All right, Walter. Oh, dear, I forgot my bag. I'll just put it in this envelope with the other money.
I'm sure grateful for this favor, Miss Brooks. I know you wouldn't do this for just anybody.
You're right, Walter. This year, I'm doing it for just everybody. Why, hello, Mr. Boynton. What brings you to first-year English?
Miss Brooks, I've got something for you.
Well, it took you long enough to find it out. You mean those clothes?
Yes, I brought some things in for the drive. Something of mine and a suit of Mr. Conklin's. He asked me to bring it in before your first class starts.
Oh, we've got minutes yet, Mr. Boynton. Just put them down with the rest of the things.
Okay. Say, that's quite a stack you've got there.
I know. I've been dieting.
Pile of clothes. I wish I could have given more to the Christmas drive than I did, Miss Brooks.
I think you've made a splendid contribution, Mr. Boynton.
You do?
Some shivering derelict will be tickled with those tennis shorts.
Those are slacks, Miss Brooks. It's just the way they're folded. I'd like to have given a suit like this one Mr. Conklin donated. This still has plenty of wear in it.
It does seem to be in pretty good shape.
I'll say it does. Why, with a little fixing here and there, a few alterations, a good cleaning and pressing.
Get that look out of your eye. He'd recognize it on you in a minute. By the way, where's your jacket?
Oh, this bundle was pretty heavy, so I left it in the lab. I can work better this way, if you'll forgive my shirt sleeves. Now, can I help you sort these clothes?
Oh, no, thanks, Mr. Boynton. They'll do that at the mission. They're sending a truck for the stuff around lunchtime. At least I hope it gets here by then. I don't want to get tied up this afternoon. I have a lot of Christmas shopping to do.
Oh, I see. Miss Brooks, could I ask you something?
I do. I mean... Why, of course, Mr. Boynton.
You say you're going to do your Christmas shopping this afternoon?
What in the world gave you that idea?
I just said so.
Me and my big mouth. Well, I am going to shop, Mr. Boynton, but
Well, what
I
a
don't...
fortunate coincidence. I've got to clean up my lab today, and, well, if you're going to be downtown anyway, what would be simpler than to leave the selection of my parents' gifts to you?
Mr. Boynton, I simply won't have time.
Well, but
I'm
Miss
sorry.
Brooks, you'll be passing the store counters anyway, and who has finer taste than you have?
Who has a better sense of values or an eye for beauty?
Well, who indeed? Now, I can't think of anyone who would know better what my parents and my Aunt Mattie and Uncle Fred would like.
Aunt Mattie and Uncle Fred.
They're Cousin Liza's parents. Oh, she's on the list, too, right after Mike and Danny, my twin nephews.
Well, what about your Boy Scout troop? Don't you want me to get presents for them?
Will you have time?
Sure, I stay open late during the holidays. Look, Mr. Boynton, I'll get as much of your shopping done as I possibly can.
Oh, fine. Here's the list, Miss Brooks, and here's $20.
Oh, I'll just slip it into this envelope with Mrs. Davis's and Walter's and my money.
Walter and Mrs. Davis have money in there, too?
Yes, they've also subscribed to the Brooks shopping service. Now, I've got to get over to the home economics room. The kids in there were supposed to collect some stuff for the drive, too.
Well, I'll give you a hand, Miss Brooks.
I'll take it. Oh. First, I'd better put this envelope in my desk. Oh, dear, it's locked, and I've left the key at home in my bag. Would you mind putting the envelope in your trouser pocket, Mr. Boynton?
Well, this is a trifle embarrassing, Miss Brooks, but I'm afraid I've got holes in all my pockets. I'm still a bachelor, you know.
I know. I mean, that's easily remedied, Mr. Boynton.
Well, of course it is. While we're in the home economics room, you can sew up the pockets.
That's not what I had in mind, but it's a start. Meanwhile, I'll just put this envelope in the breast pocket of Mr. Conklin's suit on top of this pile. It'll be safe here for a few minutes.
Well, it's safer than carrying it around, I guess.
All set. Come on, Mr. Boynton. We're off to get domestic. I hope they've got a nice batch of stuff in there. Mr. Conklin expects us to pass last year's drive.
Well, here are the bundles, Harriet. Oh, but there's no sign of Miss Brooks. I guess the people from the mission got here sooner than she expected.
I guess so.
Now, come on. Let's haul this stuff out to their truck.
But, Walter, don't you think we should consult Miss Brooks before we take it?
Why bother her about it? She knows where it's going. Besides, we're saving her the trouble of carrying this stuff out herself.
Well, if you think so, Walter.
Believe me, when Miss Brooks finds out what we've done for her, she'll thank us till she's blue in the face.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the one and only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when I got back to my room and discovered the absence of Mr. Conklin's suit containing $75 belonging to Walter, Mrs. Davis, Mr. Boynton, and me, I was fit, as the old expression goes, to be tied. The suit itself wasn't worth anywhere near $75. In fact, no suit of Mr. Conklin's is worth that much money, even with him in it. But my problem now was getting it back. And in my first free period, I headed for the biology lab to consult Mr. Boynton.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Conklin. You startled me.
Really? But I addressed you in quite a well-modulated tone.
I guess that's what startled me. That is, I didn't see you sidle out of your office.
I don't sidle, Miss Brooks. There's absolutely no necessity for me to pussyfoot through the halls of Madison.
Oh, I know it's not a necessity, Mr. Conklin. Sort of a luxury. I'm a little upset this morning, sir, about the clothing drive.
But I understand you've done a splendid job. In fact, I stepped out here to congratulate you on vindicating my confidence in you.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Conklin, but I really...
It didn't take me long to select the right person to head the Christmas drive, Miss Brooks. The moment the idea of old clothes hit me, I thought of you.
I was a natural, all right.
Of course, I gave other members of the faculty my careful consideration, too. But it wasn't long before I said to myself, Osgood, Miss Brooks is your man.
Isn't it funny? That's how Mr. Boynton feels about me, too. Look, Conklin, there's something I've got to do.
Oh, of course, I wouldn't keep you from your work for the world. Especially such charitable work, Miss Brooks. If more of us could realize what genuine satisfaction the spirit of giving evokes, the world would be a brighter place.
Well, I'm brightening my little corner like mad.
This is a great thing we're doing, Miss Brooks, giving to our fellow man. This is the true Christmas feeling. And we must all give until it hurts.
It hurts. Please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll excuse me,
I wouldn't think of detaining you another minute. Oh, before you go, how did you like my contribution to the drive?
Wonderful, Mr. Conklin. It's a very nice suit.
I'll say it was nice. And it still had several years' wear in it. I just bought it in 46.
1946? I mean, you can tell it's quite new.
Outside of a few battle scars, it hardly looks second-hand.
Battle scars?
Yes, like the time you spilled a bottle of ink on it. Not all of the ink could be removed.
Oh, but that wasn't even noticeable, Mr. Conklin.
No, it wasn't. After I had the suit dyed from brown to blue. However, that suit always held something for me.
It's loaded for me. That's what I've got to find out about, Mr. Conklin. You see, I left something in the pocket, and, well, I've just got to get back that suit.
But you can't do that, Miss Brooks. Once I've made a donation, I never take it back. How would it look to the folks at the mission?
But there's no way for them to tell your suit from any of the others.
Oh, but there is. My name is stenciled into the lining. Not that I wanted anyone to know I was giving, of course.
You just didn't want anyone not to know.
Oh, Daddy, there's a call for you in your office. Will you get it?
I'll call them back, Harriet.
But it's Mother. She says it's urgent.
With your mother, it's always urgent. Probably wants me to bring home a paper.
You'd better talk to her, Mr. Conklin. I'm going in to see Mr. Boynton about our predicament.
Very well, Miss Brooks, but remember, it is better to give than to receive.
That may be, Mr. Conklin. But if I may show off my background in English literature, there's another famous parable which goes, as good as it is to give, it's better to get back that which ain't yours to give.
What a fuss to make over a few dollars. Some people are just mercenary, I guess. Hello. Yes, Martha, what is it? Have I had your necklace repaired yet? I don't remember your giving it to me. What? You put it in the pocket of my blue suit Wednesday night? Martha, was that my brown-dyed blue suit? It was, but I donated that to the Christmas clothing drive today. And that necklace had a genuine opal in it. I've got to get it back. I'm not excited. No. Now, don't give me that bull about charity. I'll get that suit back if I have to rip the mission apart with my bare hands.
Come in.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you went to lunch, Mr. Boynton.
I was just cleaning up the lab, Miss Brooks. What's the trouble?
Mr. Conklin's suit has been picked up and delivered to the mission.
Oh, that's nothing to get excited about. It's supposed to go there, isn't it?
Yes, but the money is still in it. I don't know what to do.
Now, take it easy, Miss Brooks. What money is still in it?
The shopping money. Mine, Mrs. Davis's, Walter's, and yours.
I must have tripped over the stool. What time are they going to distribute this clothing, Miss Brooks?
This afternoon, Mr. Boynton. We've just got to get down to that mission and get the suit back.
Well, are you sure you could identify Mr. Conklin's suit?
With the things I've spilled on it, if I can't identify it, it'll identify me. How are we going to go about getting it?
Well, we'll simply park outside the mission and watch every person who leaves the premises. In that way, we're bound to see who walks out with Mr. Conklin's suit on. The rest is up to you.
What do I do? Pick his pocket while he waits for a bus?
Please, Miss Brooks, we'll devise some sort of scheme on the way downtown. Now, meanwhile, let's be calm about it. It isn't the end of the world, even if we fail to recover the money. Heaven forfend. You've looked through this mission window for 10 minutes now, Miss Brooks. Have you seen Mr. Conklin's suit yet?
No, but I spotted the dress I donated, and I've been following its progress.
What's happened to it?
It's been rejected 3 times.
Say, isn't that Mr. Conklin's suit heading for the door?
Alone? Oh, you mean on that little man? Yes, I think it is. You better get on the other side of the door.
Oh, don't worry, Miss Brooks. I'll do my part to help get it back. Now, good luck.
Oh, pardon me, my good man.
Yes?
May I speak with you for just a moment?
Yes?
It's about that suit you've got on. Are you quite satisfied with it?
Yes?
Yes? Yeah, but look at the way it fits. If I were you, I'd take it back at once.
What do you want me to do, go around in my underwear?
Yeah. I mean, of course. Maybe you could get a better one. Now, there's no reason why you shouldn't do every bit as well as this man coming toward us now. I'm sure he got his suit in the mission. Pardon me, Bud, but did you get that suit at the counter inside?
Yeah?
Contagious. You say that's a mission suit you've got on.
Well, sure. I just got it.
Boy, were you gypped.
You mean to say you wouldn't like to look like he does?
If I wanted to look like he does, I wouldn't have turned in the suit they're burning.
Well, I didn't want to mention this, but I guess I'll have to. Do you know who wore that suit before you as recently as last Wednesday?
Who?
I don't want to come right out and say, but, well, the fellow had his hands crossed on his chest with a lily in them.
A stiff, huh?
Let's just say he wasn't very active.
Now, don't you think you ought to trade that suit in for another one? After all, its last owner might not like the idea of your wearing it. He might come back after it.
Baloney. I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I've got to talk to you at once.
Why, Mr. Conklin, what are you doing here?
I've had a change of heart about my donation. I'd like to get it back.
Boy, what an Indian giver.
I don't believe I know you, my good man.
Ferguson's the name. Cosmo Ferguson.
How do you do?
But, Mr. Conklin, why do you want your suit back?
Because of something that my wife put into Ferguson, you're wearing my suit.
What do you mean, your suit?
I happen to have worn that garment as recently as last Wednesday.
Holy cow, it's a stiff.
What's that?
This lady said the suit was on a dead guy last Wednesday.
I must have caught you while you were dozing, Mr. Conklin.
Look, I've just got to have that suit back. It has a sentimental attraction for me. Be a good fellow and return it.
Nothing doing. I was handed this suit and told it was mine to keep. Now I'm leaving.
Oh, wait. I'll get you another suit. Please, Mr. Ferguson, be reasonable.
No.
Oh, come on, Cosmo. You don't want that old suit.
Of course you don't.
Give it here.
Take your hands off of me, Pompous, or there'll be trouble.
That's the idea. You and him fight. I'll hold your coat.
I'm not going to fight. I'm just going.
No, wait. I'll give you $5 for that suit.
I'm staying.
I'll give you $6 for it.
Miss Brooks, why are you bidding for this suit?
It's got a sentimental attraction for me, too. I've spilled more on that suit than any of your others.
I'll give you $10.
12.
18.
19.
Gee, and I always thought they just sang songs at missions.
I'll bid $20.
25.
30.
Mr. Conklin, did you bid $30 for this old suit?
Yes, I guess I did. Let's make that 27.
22.
17.
11.
Wait a minute now. I accept the lady's previous offer of 25.
But how do you know she has the money to pay for it?
Have you?
I will have as soon as I get that coat.
Just a minute. I'll give you $25 and the suit I've got on for that one.
It's a deal. Let's go inside and change.
We can do that later. Let's change coats immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I might parlay this mission business into a clothing factory.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Hi, everybody.
Walter.
Well, I'm all through helping out in the mission. How'd you like the way I handle things?
Oh, you were divine, Walter. But I can't talk to you right now. There's a matter of $75 I've got to recover. Mr. Conklin, now that you've changed coats, would you mind looking through the pockets, please?
It's just what I am doing, Miss Brooks, and I'd better find... It's not here.
But it was in the inside breast pocket, Mr. Conklin.
No, it was not. It was in the side pocket.
Oh, you're both wrong. Harriet and I went through the pockets before we turned it into the mission people. We found Mrs. Conklin's necklace and all our shopping money, Miss Brooks.
What? Ferguson, give me back that coat.
Not a chance. I'm getting out of here. You people are all daft.
But my $25. And you too. Ferguson, wait. Cosmo! We'll make another deal.
Now, what's the matter with old Marblehead? Mr. Conklin, why's he running after that bum?
You tell her, Miss Brooks.
All I can say is it's definitely better to give than to get, especially where Cosmo's going to get it.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Cosmo didn't get very far because Mr. Conklin hit him with a flying tackle, recovered his coat and the money, and left. But Mr. Boynton and I felt so sorry for Cosmo that we chipped in and gave him $2.
Gee, thanks, folks.
Oh, you're very welcome, Cosmo. Merry Christmas. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get on with my Christmas shopping.
Oh, are you going to do your Christmas shopping now, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I am.
Well, if you're going to be in the stores anyway, would you take this $2 and get something for me?
Well, what do you want, Cosmo?
A set of brass knuckles and Mr. Conklin's address.
Why, I'm surprised at you, Cosmo. Spending $2 for brass knuckles. For 49 cents, you can get a hammer.
Reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Polly Bayer.
You want a beauty soap for a beauty bath.
And your bath becomes a beauty bath when you change to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap.
For bathing with this beauty soap brings you the full beautifying effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather, proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Bath-size Palmolive is designed to give you everything you need for all-over beauty care. Fragrance for daintiness, mildness for loveliness, purity for gentleness, big bath size for thriftiness.
So get big bath size Palmolive. So mild, so pure, so right for all of you.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives.
Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription.
I've changed my mind. I'm not going on. Give 1950 credit. The old boy really tried. But this boy 51 will be brighter because he knows about wonderful tide.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you a better washing job than any soap on earth, proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rhodes' orchestra, Lurleen Tuttle, Dick Ryan, Pat McGeehan, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled A New Year's Puzzle, and it stars Red Skelton.
Fred, how are you standing up under the holiday strain?
Well, so, Mr. Skelton, you know, I've been so busy I forgot to ask.
Oh.
Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, I want to thank you for your gift, too. It's just what I wanted, a bicycle pump. It'll come in handy if I ever want to fix any flats. In fact, I think I'll do a little work on your chest now.
Did you like the shorts I gave you?
Were those shorts? I thought they were slacks and I wore them bowling.
Well, so tell me, how are you going to bring in the new year?
I'll have nothing to do with it. I'll go to bed, wake up in the morning, and there it'll be. Just think, 1951 will soon come in. Everywhere but Russia. You know, I hear it's still 1946 over there. 1947, 48, 49, and 50 refused to come in. Hey, I got one. Did you hear about Stalin? He called in a doctor and he says, I want some serum that'll make me younger. And this doctor says, well, I'm sorry, we don't have any serum that'll make you younger, Joe, but you'll give the people half a chance. We'll see that you don't get any older. Hey, how are you going to celebrate the arrival of 1951?
Oh, I don't drink and smoke or I have any lady friends, so I shall just retire early.
Oh, really? Well, shall I help you turn down the lid on your box? Well, then... How will you bring in the new year?
Oh, just stay home and rinse out a few things.
Oh, I see. Say, that reminds me, take it easy on the starch and the stuff
Oh, yeah? Why, am I getting too much starch in your thing?
Yeah, last night I fell out of bed and broke my pajamas. Hey, look, turn on the radio. Let's be sporty about this tonight, just for old time's sake. What do you say?
And now we give you an address by His Honor, who will speak on plans for the new year. And here he is, Sam Fernando Red.
Thank you. My friends, and you are my friends. This is a farewell for a year that has brought many changes. It was a good election year. And before I go any further, I would like to thank all of you who voted yes on Proposition No. Some in politics cut off their nose this year just to spite their faces, but it's just as well. Things around Washington don't smell too good anyhow. Some say that in 1950 that I yielded to crime, But I can prove that I've never done anything like that. In fact, since I've been in office, get this now, since I've been in office, I ain't done anything. And I don't intend to start now. I am an honest man. I came from an honest family. I have thousands of letters here to back up that statement. I'd like to read you some of these letters, praising me for my honesty. But my spelling is very bad, and I can't read my own writing. Let's talk about the future. There is a lottery there is a lot in store. How the present situations will affect the price of Lydia Pinkham can't be told you. I have a prediction now for 1951. And perk up your ears. I'm about to make a prediction. So get this straight. I'll have mine straight, too, if you don't mind. Remember, when I predict something, it usually comes true, so I am about to predict something. Now, let's see, what was I going to predict? Well, we'll forget it and give a little toast to 1951. Of course, I don't drink hard liquor myself. I never touch it. But I will touch my tongue to it tonight in good fellowship. Boy, what a long tongue that guy's got. Get another station, will you?
We continue our celebration for the new year with a number from Dave Rose and his orchestra playing Tumbling Tumbleweed.
You know, these days, some women use the new no-rinse method of washing clothes.
I do, and it works wonderfully with Tide.
On the other hand, lots of women still rinse.
Tide plus rinsing. I'll stick to that.
Yes, one woman uses the no-rinse method, the other doesn't. But did you notice they both use Tide? Because whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth. In short, You can wash whichever way suits you best. Either way, Tide gets clothes dazzling clean.
Tide gets white shirts and sheets and table linen sparkling white. Tide makes washable colors look bright and fresh. And Tide wash clothes dry, so soft and fluffy. Smell so sweet and clean.
And ironing them is so smooth and easy.
Yes, Tide takes everything you wash. White things, colored things, light things, heavy things. Tide gets them all miracle clean. You see, Tide first gets the dirt out of clothes, then keeps that dirt suspended in the wash water. So you wring out the water and the dirt at the same time. Something else. Unlike soap, Tide never leaves dulling soap film. So you get a wash that's bright, fresh, and clean. Try Tide. And try it with whichever washing method you like best.
With rinsing or without rinsing.
Either way, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth.
Tide is dirt out. T-I-D-E. Tide.
T-I-D-E. Tide. Now, leave it on. There may be some news on.
Here is a recording of a meeting at the United Nations wishing everyone a Happy New Year. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. That was the wrong record. That was the peace conference talk. And so, that is the end.
Shut it off, will you?
Happy New Year, everyone.
Oh, Happy New Year, Rod. How are you, boy?
Well, are we all ready to go out and paint the town blue?
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I'm getting so ashamed of the color, I'm going to change my name to Whitey.
Say, what are these pictures on the wall?
Oh, there are a lot of pin-up pictures. I've redecorated my room here. There's all pin-up pictures.
I didn't know you could make so many different faces. Hey, you don't look bad posed with that phone there.
That's the Esquire calendar.
Hey, here's something that might interest you. A picture of Mr. Skelton and he's a clown with the Hickenback and Wallace circus.
Yeah.
Look at those funny big false feet he's wearing.
Those aren't false feet. Those are his own. I know. I used to help him wash the part he couldn't reach.
Hey, what do you want to see me about, O'Connor?
Well, look, Willie Lump Lump has disappeared and his wife's hysterical, and I promised her I'd look for him.
Well, don't worry about Willie. He's all right.
No, I promised Willie's wife that I'd find him, so I'll see you later.
Look, he's working...
I wonder where I should look for Willie first. Oh, here's Clem Cadiddlehopper's Fix-It shop. Maybe Clem has seen him.
Oh, Clem! Yeah, here I am. Well, it's a Happy New Year, boy. I got to get back to work here. I don't know what I'm hammering on here, but I got to fix it. Boy, it sure looks like it's in bad shape, boy. Wonder what it is. Oh, now I recognize it. It's my thumb. Well, I guess my hitchhiking days are over now.
Howdy, Clem.
Howdy. How are you? Can I be of any service to you, sir? If you're smart, you'll say no.
Clem, what kind of repair work do you do here?
Well, don't you read the sign on the door?
Well, yes, I read it.
Would you read it to me?
How stupid can you get?
What's that?
I said, how stupid can you get?
Well, that's pretty hard to tell. I ain't fully developed yet. That's too fast for him. He didn't get that one at all.
How's business, Clem?
What? Huh?
How's business?
Please remove your hat and have a little respect for the dead, will you? It keeps up the way it's going, I'm going to have to hire another man.
To help take care of the customers?
To be the customer. But it's better than the job I used to have, you know.
What job was that?
I used to be a door-to-door salesman. I sold doors to doors.
Say, look, Clem, I stopped in to ask if you'd seen Willie Lump Lump. He's disappeared.
Well, no, I haven't seen Willie since he used my bathtub to whip up some concoction for New Year's celebration. He left a whole big jug of it back there.
He makes his own stuff?
Sure, he makes it himself and he drinks it himself. That way he cuts out the middleman. Oh, look who's coming in the door. Somebody must have had a nasty accident. Yes?
Howdy, Clem.
Well, you. How are you, lover girl?
Well, Clam, I was hoping you'd take me out to some classy nightclub to bring in the new year.
No, I don't care to go to them snooty restaurants. They always make me wear a necktie, and I look silly in a necktie. Especially without a shirt.
Oh, Clam! Where did you get the new pot-belly stove?
That ain't a pot-belly stove. That's Rod O'Connor.
Hello, Daisy June.
Oh, hello, Mr. O'Connor. How chumming to see you again.
Oh, why don't you stop that stuff? Every time you meet a good-looking man, you start putting on airs. Which reminds me, I ought to open the window a little.
Would you care to kiss my hand, Mr. O'Connor?
Now, Daisy June, how dare you to let another man kiss you on the hand?
Well, now there, don't be jealous, Clam. You're the only one I let kiss me on the lips.
That's just it. I want the same break that the rest of the guys get. And as for you, you overstuffed Hollywood coyote.
Now, look, don't get mad, Clem. Daisy June and I mean nothing to one another.
That's right, Clam. You're the only man in my life.
Oh, is that so? Well, I happen to know that by accident the other night I was sneaking by your house and I happened to peek in. You see, I'm a peeping Tom at heart. Or sometimes I peep when I should have Tom. But I happen to see another man sitting at my place at your table, eating peas with my knife and drinking coffee out of my saucer. Now, our engagement is through. I'll have back my cigar band, if you don't mind.
Oh, don't be like that. I want to marry you.
Well,
I want to be the mother of your children.
well, this is silly. I don't have any children.
Look, you two kids go out and have a good time.
Oh.
Don't bring the new year in fighting.
Well, that's a good idea. DJ, I'm sorry we had a little argument. Say, there's a bottle of Willie Lump nerve tonic back here. Shall we celebrate?
Well, but just a nip, 'cause it's New Year's.
Okay. Here you are, lover girl. It's just like water. No kick to it at all. Practically nothing.
Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Here goes.
She flew right out the window. How are you going to get her down? Well, do something.
Well, don't get excited. I know what to do. Hello, operator. Give me the Fort MacArthur anti-aircraft battery, will you?
I'll see you later. If you see Willie Lump up, ask him to call his wife.
Happy New Year.
Hey, taxi!
Oh, did you ring, sir?
Well, Cauliflower McPug, the battling bird boy. How come you're driving a cab, Cauliflower?
Boy, I'm driving a cab for my grandmother. It's her cab, you see. It's not my cab. She's skating in the roller derby tonight, you see.
Your grandmother roller skates?
Yeah, she used to be a rattler, but she had to give it up. She started hearing bells and buds, you know. Boy, when that happens, you'd better give up the fight game when you don't answer that phone. I know who it is.
Well, tell me, Cauliflower, have you been fighting again?
Certainly I've been. Ain't you heard? All my fights are being televised now. How about that? I'm being sponsored by a mortuary. At the end of every bout, I just lay there while they read the commercial.
Well, I thought you'd given up fighting by now.
No, I couldn't do that. You see, fighting's in my blood. What's left of it, you know. Did you hear about my fight in St. Louis? At the end of the first minute and a half, I was still on my feet, so they stopped the fight and gave me a saliva test. They thought I was dope, you know. I wanted to win that fight, too, for my kid that was born the day before.
You and your wife have a new baby?
Well, you don't think we got a second-hand one, do you?
Boy, are you punchy.
Oh, you think I sprung my mainspring, huh? You ought to see them rattlers down at that gymnasium. You know what they did this year?
No.
They all hung their stockings up on the mantel, see? And then one guy dressed like Santa Claus, a silly bum, and trying to slide down the chimney.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no fireplace in that gymnasium. I know. I carry out the ashes every week.
Cauliflower, did you hear about Willie Lump disappearing?
Yeah, but nothing to worry about. I happen to know he's okay.
How do you know?
A little bird told me. In fact, now he's blabbing off his mouth again.
Hey, look, Bird Brain, can you drive me over to Junior's house?
Oh, sure. You think maybe he's there, huh? Hop in.
California, you sure you know how to drive this cab?
Sure. Whoop. I knew it.
Now, why did you pull over to the curb and stop?
Well, didn't you hear that police whistle? They're probably going to give me a ticket for not stopping at that railroad crossing. I heard the bell ringing, but I thought I could make it. You know?
What railroad crossing?
You can't hear it ringing, that bell back there? They must hide them things. I always stop for the train when I hear the bell ringing, but when I look around, it's never there.
Oh, I give up. I'm going out for a walk.
Oh, okay. I'll see you later. Oh, that poor guy. It sure must be tough walking around conscious like that. Oh, there goes Santa Claus back to the North Pole. Bye, Santa Claus. Happy Jingle Bells.
Gee, the more I hang around with that McPug, the more I think I'm beginning to hear things. I could swear I hear Dave Rose and his orchestra playing the Habanero from Carmen with Rafael Mendez, the world's greatest trumpet player.
A new deal in the dishpan. That's Tide. Yes, Tide has really done things for dishwashing. That grease problem, for instance. Tide's death on grease not only cuts it amazingly, but actually seems to make it disappear completely. You work in water that feels fresh and clean, and you get such pleasant results. Why, dishes and glasses rinse and dry clear and bright. That's because Tide, unlike soap, leaves no dulling film. Dishes come out sparkling clean. Yes, cleaner than any soap will get them. And say, if hard water's your problem, forget it. Even in hardest water, Tide works amazingly. Gives oceans of suds that come fast and last long, really stay on the job, and are kind to your hands in the bargain. So try Tide for dishes. Get the new Giant Economy Size Package for more convenience, more economy, fewer shopping trips. Yes, buy the Giant Package tomorrow. And try Tide in your dishpan.
Boy, me tricycle sure can go fast since I make a hot one out of it. Boy,
Junior! Stop riding your tricycle in the house. Now, what did you break?
you know that vase with Whistler's mother on it?
Yes.
The old gal just had a nervous breakdown.
Oh, for 2 cents, I'd make you stay home and not let you ride down to the store with
Oh,
me.
you going to drive the car?
Yes.
Oh, good. Say, Pop must have done pretty well last night with those parked cars and that siphoning hose, huh?
Junior, your father doesn't siphon gas.
Oh, don't tell me he got those hollow cheeks from shipping spaghetti. Can I drive the car?
How many times do I have to tell you you're too little?
No, I know.
You wouldn't know what to do if you had to stop real quick.
Yes, I would. I would do the same as you and the California drivers does. Pick out something cheap and run into it. Hey, you know, Pop don't like the way you park that car. He
Oh,
does.
no.
No, he don't.
Well, at least I park better than he does.
Well,
Don't I? Well, don't I?
Look, kiddo, if you want to smack me, go ahead and smack me. But don't trick me into it.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go. We're going to... Oh, my stomach. Hey, look, Fatso. Why don't you ring the doorbell? Let us know you're here or something. What were you doing, peeping when you should have Tom?
Well, I was just about to ring the doorbell.
Oh,
Come
you're
on
right,
in, Rob. Well, what's wrong?
Well, I've been looking for Willie Lump Lump, and I just wondered if you'd seen him.
We never could see him.
Have you checked the police?
Yes? Hasn't been booked for 2 days.
Well, you were... Oh, that was a goodie. That was a goodie. No place for it here, but that was a goodie. Hey, you was in luck, you know. I just happen to know a real good detective. A detective.
Who?
Well, don't laugh, but all me buddies call me Sam Bulldozer. Yes, sir. Dean Fowler says I'm much better than Sam Spade, you know. Hey, wait till I go put on my disguise. Now, I'll show you what a detective I am.
Let's humor him, Rod. We don't want to hurt his little feelings, huh?
Well, I'll go along with a gag, but I wish I could gag him.
Here he comes. Now act impressed.
Well, you eyes back. You didn't know me, did you?
Oh, Junior, what a wonderful disguise.
Yes.
I'd hardly recognize you.
No.
How did you do it?
I shaved.
What?
I shaved your fur coat.
Oh!
Now, let's start the detective work. First, I get me magnifying glass. Now, as we say in the skunk patrol, I have picked up a scent.
Okay, now where'll we go to find Willie
Come on,
Lump Lump?
everybody in the car. Everybody get in the car. There. Now.
Okay, Junior. Now, where to?
Down to Low State Theater. And, oh, be careful. There's a woman driver in front of us. She's going to turn into that supermarket. I'll blow the horn. Boy, she was in a hurry. She didn't even get out of the car.
Now, look, young man. If you ever touch that horn again...
Yeah, don't you hit me.
Now, how do you know Willie Lump Lump will be at Lowe's State Theater?
Well, he's working for Red Skelton, ain't he?
He is?
Well, there's the theater. Look up in the marquee. Red Skelton picture, see?
Watch the birdie.
Watch the
Well,
birdie.
that's funny. They have hundreds of pictures of Ann Miller, Pamela Britton, and Arlene Dahl, but none of Red Skelton.
Well, if you had a jewelry store, would you put salami in the window?
Let's take a look inside the theater. Maybe Willie is in there.
But the theater doesn't open for a couple of hours yet.
Let's look in anyway. Say, Junior was right. There's Willie sitting in the front row of the theater asleep. Hey, Willie!
Get out, Oh, fat boy, where you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. You've been gone for 2 days.
2 days? Well, you see, I came in to see Skelton's picture, and after the 12th time I fell asleep. I'm going to quit this job he gave me. You know, it wears me out. Starting the applause every time he comes on the screen.
This is Rod O'Connor reminding you that whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better wash day job than any soap on earth.
Tide is dirt out. T-I-D-E. Tide.
Ladies and gentlemen, Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our sponsors, Procter & Gamble, and my entire cast, may we say Happy New Year, and we know that it will be because God is on our side.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program with the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature.
The Red Skelton Show came to you transcribed over CBS, the Star's address, the Columbia Broadcasting.
Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, a singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught throwing eggs in the electric fan because he heard his Uncle Artie Stebbins liked his eggs scrambled, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
There you are, Costello. Come here, Costello. Do you realize that I've been looking all over town for you? What are you doing in this beauty parlor?
This is my beauty parlor, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I made up my mind that I was going to start off the new year a success.
Yes?
So I bought it, see? That's my name on the window. Louis A. Costello.
Louis A. Costello? What does the A stand for?
That stands for my middle name, Atomic Bomb.
Your middle name is Atomic Bomb?
Oh, yeah. The day I was born, my father took one look at me and blew up.
No. Please, Costello, talk sense. How can a dummy like you run a beauty shop?
Oh, I've got a lot of business with my new slogan, Abbott. See it there on the wall?
What does it say?
I'm going to read it. Louis Costello removes all wrinkles from your sister, your puppy, your mummy. I take the wrinkles out of your face and drop them down to your tummy.
Oh.
I think the poem is bummy.
Bummy, yes. This is the silliest thing I've ever heard of. You're no beauty expert. What's the matter with you?
Oh, no? I just concocted a new hair grower, Abbott. It's wonderful.
Now, don't hand me that stuff. There's no preparation that will grow hair.
Oh, all I know is I spilled some on my cat last night.
And what happened?
We got the only cat in Hollywood that looks like Jerry Colonna.
Oh.
Hey, yeah, but this stuff will even grow hair on a billiard ball.
Does it really work?
Yeah, but it sure slows up the game.
Costello, why did you open up this beauty parlor without my wife's advice?
Huh?
Why did you open this up without my wife's advice? You know that my wife is an expert beautician. Didn't you ever see my wife waving her hair?
No, but I saw her shaking it out the window.
Now, stop that. Never mind that.
Your wife, Barbara Fritchie.
Never mind that.
Shaking it out the window.
Yes. My wife is also an expert at facial massage. Every morning she massages her face with the juice of a lemon.
I wondered what gave her that sour puss.
Costello. Now. I resent that, Costello. People have told me that my wife resembles Veronica Lake.
Yeah, she wears her nose over one eye.
She does. Here. Costello.
Now, so your wife good tonight?
Well, I'll talk to you after the program. Costello, I can tell you that you know absolutely nothing about running a beauty shop. Look, suppose a woman came in here right now and asked for a shampoo.
Sham what?
Poo.
Poo-poo to your girl.
Look. How would you give a hen a rinse?
How would I what?
How would you give a hen a rinse?
I'd take the hen and give her a pail of water.
No, you idiot. I didn't say hen. I said henna. Henna is a shade of a hair. What kind of shade does your girl have?
I don't know. She never pulls it down.
No. Henna is a color. For example, your girlfriend has henna-colored hair. She's Titian.
She's what?
Your girlfriend is Titian.
No, she ain't. She quit teaching when she was a baby. She's not all her teeth.
Oh, teeth.
Yeah,
teeth.
She cleans her teeth every night with toothpaste.
There you go.
Who writes this stuff?
Never mind that stuff. Look, There's all that silly talk of yours. Costello, you'll never get a customer to come to this beauty shop.
Oh, yes, I will.
No, you won't.
Yes, I'm sending out these wonderful pictures. Just look at them, Abbott. It's a picture of Monty Willie in a nightshirt.
Oh, you dope. Those are calendars for the new year. That old man is Father Time.
Oh, is that Father Time?
Sure. You see, he's got a long white beard, and that thing he's holding is a sickle. Do you know what a sickle is for?
Sure, to cut his beard.
No. Pay no attention to me. Whenever you see Father Time, you'll find the old man's sickle.
Oh, the old man's sickle?
Certainly.
What does he call a doctor?
Look, Costello,
Well, they shouldn't let the old man run around sickle, Abbott.
No.
He's liable to catch the hoopel-couple.
No, I don't mean it that way.
That could develop into streptococcus.
No. What are you talking?
You wind up in the hospital.
No, Costello. The sickle I'm talking about. Will you listen to me, please? Look, Costello, the sickle I'm talking about.
Streptococcus is awful.
But you don't know what I'm talking about.
That's a bird germical.
But, Lou, please, the sickle I'm talking about is a scythe. See? The old man is holding his scythe.
Well, if he's holding a scythe, then that must be the scythe he's sickle on.
No. What are you talking about, please?
Well, you said if he was sickle, he was holding a scythe. If he's sickle on his right side, that could be very dangerous. He might have appendicicle.
Oh, look, please, Costello. Father Time and the sickle represent the old year. And this little baby picture alongside of him on the calendar is the new year.
Oh, he's a cute little baby, Abbott. But he certainly wears expensive clothes.
Expensive clothes?
Look at the price tag on his diaper. 1946.
1946 is the new year. What's wrong with you, Costello? 1946 is the new year. And Father Time is the old year. Now, next Monday night, we ring out the old man and...
Wait a minute. Why ring out the old man?
No, never mind. Look, I'll tell you what we do. Now, look, please, just keep quiet. I'll tell you what we do. I give up everything. You understand?
I give up too, King.
All right, just give up. Just don't say a word.
Those sugar senses, they should give up too.
Look, I don't know why I always waste time with you. I'm going home.
Oh, Abbott, please don't go. I want you to try my new haircutting machine. Just stick your head in here, and I'll turn it on. Go ahead. Hey, Abbott, this machine is wonderful. It changes your whole appearance.
What do you mean, change my whole appearance? What did you do to my head?
Oh, I just brought out the natural brilliance.
Would you say I'm no longer a blonde?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Would you say I was a redhead?
No, I wouldn't say that either.
Would you say I was a brunette?
Definitely not.
Then for heaven's sakes, what would you call me?
Hello, Baldy.
Hello, boys.
Thank you, Lou. And now a brief transition from wit to wisdom as our imaginary time machine takes us back to ancient Greece and a wise old man named Aesop.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher, as Aesop said. When cigarettes were scarce, most smokers took what they could get. One day, one brand, another day, some other brand. What did that experience teach? Well,
actions speak louder than words.
Yes, actions speak louder than words, said Aesop. And the actions of smokers today speak louder than any words about any cigarette. For after more experience with different brands than ever before, more smokers are asking for Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice, for experience is the best teacher. Will Osborne and the Camel Orchestra bring us How Deep is the Ocean?
Up ladies' hair in buns?
Yes, I do.
What do you do with all the crumbs?
Hey, that's a very very funny joke. I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you do up ladies' hair in buns?
No, I always put a rabbit in their hair.
Now, what am I going to do with the crumbs?
Oh, you're stuck, aren't you?
No, I can always give the crumbs to the rat.
Look, why don't you cut out these stale jokes and get busy and clean up this place? Throw those dirty towels in that hamper over there.
Okay.
Costello, what happened? What kind of towels were those?
Cannon towels. Yeah, I think that went over with a bang, didn't it?
Oh, let me out of here. Oh, let me out of here. I've got to get out of here. Please let me out of here so I can play with those other little rabbits.
Hey, who are you?
Oh, just a little ingrown hair.
That guy looked as... Hey, Lou, that guy looked as dumb as a rabbit.
And he does it good, too, doesn't he? He's dumber than a rabbit. A rabbit knows his arithmetic. Yeah, surely.
Is this a beauty shop?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Well, save me a beauty for 8 o'clock, huh?
Hey, you know, I passed your house last night and I saw the Christmas tree lit up on the porch.
Oh, the tree is in the living room. That was me.
Costello, what kind of a place is this? You haven't had a customer today.
Oh, hey, Abbott, look who's coming across the street. It's the actress, Bessie May Mucho.
Hello, boys. I just dropped in to congratulate you on the opening of your new shop. I think it's just too enchanting.
Yes, it's the Dean.
I'd like to make an appointment for Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon?
Ah, yes, Abby. You know what Saturday is. That's the day after Fruit Day. And the day before Sunday.
Yes, I'm going to see the big football classic. New Year's Day out at Pasadena.
Oh, yes, Pasadena. Lovely place. That's the home of the Rose Bowl. I could have said something now.
I can hardly wait to see Alabama play. Are you betting on Alabama?
No, I'm putting all my money on the Trojans.
Oh, Mr. Costello, you are the cutest man. You make me feel so romantic.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like squeezing your hand.
Why don't you put your arms around me and give me a big hug? Maybe you would like to kiss my loops.
Hey. Oh, Costello, here's your girlfriend. Lean against it.
Ah-ha-ha. Well, Costello, I finally caught you with your arms around another girl. You poor man's Tommy Manville.
Eileen, I can't help it. Miss Mucho likes me. She thinks I'm all the movie stars rolled into one.
That one in the back must be Andy Devine.
Oh, no. Lena, don't say that. I want you two girls to be friends. Miss Mucho, say hello to Lena. Lena, say hello to Miss Mucho. How quiet the hellos are tonight.
Miss Mucho, I've seen you in lots of pictures. Didn't you play the title role in Lassie Come Home?
How charming you are. I seem to recognize you. Where are you wrestling tonight?
Have you cats had your milk today?
Look, Miss Mucho, keep away from Costello. His arms belong to me.
But his lips belong to me.
His brain belongs to me. Wait a minute. I'm getting the short end of this.
Well, I must be running along, Mr. Costello. I'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana to you.
A veal scallopino to you. Hey, you know my French is improving.
Well, Costello, this is the end of everything between us.
Now, wait a minute, Lena. That wasn't Costello's fault. Please, honest.
No, Lena. I can't help it if I have a winning personality. I can turn my charm on and off like a faucet.
You must have a loose washer. All I can hear is a little drip.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Lena. Look, he isn't very, B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, he does appear to be a little, S-T-U-P-I-D.
Yeah.
I heard that. What do you think I am? A D-O-P-P?
I'm through with you, Costello. I'm going back to Brooklyn and marry my old sweetheart, Mr. Schultz, the grocery man.
Oh, Belina, Mr. Schultz is 70 years old, and you're only 25.
Didn't you ever hear of a May and December romance?
Yeah, but he's going over into the middle of January.
There's no use arguing, Costello. This is goodbye.
Oh, no, Lena. Don't. Well, if that's the way you want it, will you write to me from Brooklyn? You will write to me, won't you?
Why should I write to you from Brooklyn?
I'd just like to know how the tree is doing.
Just as I thought, you always were a silly little twerp, and you'll never be anything else. Goodbye and good riddance.
Well, Costello, your girlfriend walked out on you.
Yes, and I thought I was going to be such a big success in the coming year. I guess it's no use, Abbott. I might as well close up this beauty shop. I'm no good. I'm a failure.
Well, you certainly are. Well, you don't know how to treat people. You don't know how to be nice to people, that's all.
You're right, Abbott. And I'm going to go away. I'm going to go someplace and join an organization that will teach me to have good friends and do nice things. I'll join the Campfire Girls.
No, Costello. You
yes,
mean
I will.
Now, wait a minute, you can't.
I'm going to join the
You listen to
Campfire
me,
Girls.
please. You mean the Boy Scouts. The Campfire Girls are all women.
You join what you like, and I'll join what I like.
And now, Camel's lovely Connie Haynes repeats one of the season's most popular songs, Love Letters.
The sky may be starless, the night may be moonless, but deep in my heart there's a glow. For deep in my heart I know that you love me. You love me because you told me so. Love letters straight from your heart keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. And darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your
As delightful as the mild and tasteful smoke of a Camel cigarette meeting my T-zone.
The T-zone. T for taste, T for throat.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette.
Yes, the T-zone. The taste of a cigarette on your tongue, the feel of its smoke in your throat, only your T-zone can judge. That's how millions of smokers, forced to experience many different brands when cigarettes were scarce, found Camels truly suited their T-zones to a T. That fact is proved by factory orders for Camels, now at the highest level in history. For Camels, always a favorite with smokers everywhere, are today demanded by more smokers than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
For in smokers' T-zones, the zones of taste and throat, camels are the choice of experience.
Well, come on, Costello. Step on the gas.
Hey, wait a minute, Abbott. Where are we going?
Well, I'm not going to let you give up your beauty business. I'm going to show you how to sell beauty treatments from house to house. Now, this looks like a good neighborhood. Stop the car.
Okay, I'll stop it here at the corner of 2nd Street. 9th Street is close enough. What brakes? The brakes are on ice skates.
Yes, all right, now. Here's a nice-looking house, Costello. Knock on the door and tell the woman you'd like to give her a beauty treatment.
But suppose she slams the door in my face.
Oh, nonsense. The modern woman never slams a door in a salesman's face.
Oh, that's different.
Well?
I'd like to sell you an ice. Boy, is she old-fashioned.
Well, what are you knocking again for?
I just want to get my nose out of the door. See? Yes. Whose line is it now?
That's yours. Well, we didn't... It's all right, I got
Thank
it.
you.
We didn't do any good there. Go ahead. No.
Well, hey, Abbott.
Yeah, we didn't do any good there. I got it.
We didn't do any good there, did we?
No, come on.
I didn't do any good here either.
Come on, Costello. Let's stop at this next house and see our old Scotch friend, Mr. Brown.
Hey, was I lost?
Yeah. Hey, there's Scotty Brown at the window now. Huh?
Hey,
whistle away.
I'll whistle at Scotty.
Go ahead.
Ladies, I wish you would not whistle in front of my house.
Why not?
Well, every time anybody whistles, it wakes up my canary. He reaches down and eats another bird seed.
Scotty, Costello's going from house to house selling beauty treatments.
Hey, Scotty, how about let me curl your wife's hair for 50 cents?
No, thanks, laddie. I do that myself. I was just about to curl her hair when you come to the door. You can watch me if you like. Are you ready to have me curl your hair, dearie?
All ready, Stuffy.
All right, here we go. Chapter 27. As the poor girl descended the steps that led to the dank and musty old cellar, a long, hairy arm reached out and grabbed her by the throat. That did it. That makes her hair curl every time. Good girl.
Well, how do you like that guy? Scaring his wife to make her hair curl up.
Oh, that's nothing. He makes his kids cry to water the flower beds.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look who's coming down the street. It's our old friend, Officer Melonhead, the policeman.
Hello, boys.
Hey, I can't stop to talk to you now, Melonhead. I'm going from house to house selling beauty treatments.
Oh, you won't stop at my house, huh? You wouldn't fix my wife's hair. You wanted to take her hair off and send it over to your shop. Go ahead, tell everybody my wife wears a wig.
Your wife wears a wig? Your wife wears a wig?
Go on, start a rumor.
Look, Melonhead, your wife has lovely black hair. It's as black as coal.
Coal, huh? Go on, say it. Say that you saw her shovel it into her snoot. I know what you're thinking. Why don't you say it, Costello? My wife is ugly. She's got lips as rough as shoe leather.
Melonhead, that isn't true. Your wife's lips are as nice and sweet and smooth.
Oh, you found that out. So you're the guy my mother-in-law saw running out the door the other night. Oh, now he's dragging my mother-in-law into this.
I didn't even mention your mother-in-law.
Sure. My mother-in-law, that's worth talking about, huh? Why don't you say it? My mother-in-law's uglier than my wife.
Look, I didn't say that, Melonhead. I think your mother-in-law is beautiful.
Get a load of this dope. My mother-in-law has a mustache and a 3-inch wart on her nose. He calls her beautiful.
Look, Melonhead, I don't want to argue with you. I'm just trying to be a success in 1946. I just want you to have a nice Happy New Year.
Oh, you want me to have a Happy New Year, but you wouldn't wish me a real Happy New Year.
Okay, I wish you a Happy New Year.
Just one, huh? I should have one Happy New Year, and the rest of my life I should be miserable.
Okay, have 2 Happy New Years. 3, 4, have 10 Happy New Years.
Oh, you're just throwing them at me. You wouldn't say them with feeling, huh?
Oh, he's right, Costello. Come on, let's wish him a rousing, good Happy New Year. Come on.
Okay. Happy New Year, Melonhead.
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Whoopee. Hooray. Hooray.
How do you like these two guys? Here it is, 4 days before New Year, and they're both plastered already.
One more house.
No, I'm disgusted, Abbott. I feel like giving the whole thing up.
Don't be silly. I'm sure we can sell a treatment at this house. Here, right next door. Why, this is where Mrs. Niles lives. Go ahead, ring the doorbell.
Okay.
Why, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. I see you're out walking your big fat bulldog. Oh, pardon me. It's you, Costello.
Yes. Look, Mrs. Niles. Costello is starting a new business, giving beauty treatments.
Yes, Mrs. Niles. You look like you need a little work done on your face.
Oh, I do, eh? What's wrong with my face?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering how the horse looks without it.
Quiet, Costello. It wouldn't take much work, Mrs. Niles, to bring out your real beauty.
Oh, do you really think so?
Oh, right.
Well, it was just a few years ago I had all the young men chasing after me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I wonder how I could get them to chase after me again.
Why don't you try carrying the ball in the Rose Bowl game?
Please, Costello. Now, Mrs. Niles, if you just sit down here in this chair, we'll start off with a nice egg shampoo.
Yes. Come here, Betty.
Costello, what are you doing with that chicken?
Oh, we use only fresh eggs. Now, just sit back while I put Betty on your head. Go ahead, Betty. Do your stuff. Oh, a double yolk.
Oh, you fool. You get out of here.
But I can't leave the house now, Mrs. Niles. I just noticed that your skin needs lifting.
What do you mean? Do you think my skin is too loose?
Oh, no, it's just the opposite. Your skin is a little too tight. Here, I'll lift your skin and show you.
My word, my skin is tight.
Tight? Every time you bend your knees, your mouth flies open.
Come on, Costello, get busy. I've got the mud pack all ready.
Yes, Mrs. Niles, this mud pack is my grandmother's special. It's her special formula. It paves the way to beauty. Help me put it on, Abbott. Here, I'll take one side of her face and you take the other.
Okay, we make her nose the dividing line.
No, let's divide it in the middle.
Okay.
Well, there's mud in your eyes.
My heavens, this mud is beginning to harden on my face already. Look, I can't move my jaws.
Yeah, this stuff has got a lot of good qualities.
It's beginning to draw my face up. Get it off, you hear? Get it off.
Well, wait, there's a couple of ways to get it off.
Well, just tell me one way.
You'll have to take your pick.
Oh, you idiot. This stuff is as hard as a rock, and you said it would pave the way to beauty.
Yes, it was my grandmother's special formula.
Well, Costello, you shouldn't have used it. It's all your fault.
No, it isn't my fault.
Then it's your grandmother's fault.
No, it isn't my fault, and it isn't my grandmother's fault.
Then whose fault is it?
It's Hat's fault.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute the 34th Red Bull Division, heroes of Tunisia, Casino, Leghorn, and Bologna. In your honor, men of the Red Bull Division, the makers of camels are sending to other servicemen still overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, folks, that winds up our programs for the year 1945.
Yes, friends, but we'll be back on the air next Thursday night. We'll bring you another whole year of Abbott and Costello.
No, not that! I want to get a guy stand as a thing.
Wait a minute! Hey, wait a minute, fella. You've been pulling riddles on me every week. Now, tonight I've got one for you.
Go ahead, fat stuff.
All right, what's the difference between a baby fawn, a diamond ring, and a jackass?
I don't know.
Well, a baby fawn is a little deer. A diamond ring is 2 deer.
Yeah, what about the jackass?
That's you, dear.
Good night, folks. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody, and don't forget, folks, buy Victory Bonds at your favorite neighborhood theater.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
Here's a tip for the man who found a pipe in his Christmas stocking.
Pack that pipe with Prince Albert for pleasure and every puff. Why? Well, Prince Albert is crimp cut for the slow, cool burning that breaks a new pipe in right. It quickly forms a good cake in the bowl, and in new pipes and old pipes, Prince Albert is wonderfully gentle and bite-free. For Prince Albert's famous no-bite treatment removes the causes of parch and sting before that grand mellow tobacco is ever packed.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Sure enough?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's place to try for it?
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young mother and a grandfather. And here they are, Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt and Mr. Frederick Hall. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. A young mother and a grandmother. A young mother and a grandmother. No, a grandfather, huh? Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt. That's a pretty fancy name, isn't it? How old are you, Sherry?
18.
18, huh? And a mother?
Mm-hmm.
Land's sakes, these new inventions they have today. Grandpa, Frederick Hall is your name. Is that right?
That's right.
Frederick Hall. Where are you from, Pappy?
I was originally from Massachusetts, born in Rockport, about 36 miles north of Boston. Came to Los Angeles in 1910.
Well, you're really an old settler, huh?
Almost a native son.
How old are you?
I'm 73.
73? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 60. What sort of work do you do, Mr.
Well, I'm at present practicing law. For 18 years, I was serving the city of Los Angeles as public defender up to 48.
Well, the city of Los Angeles can use all the defending you can get. Huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Sherry?
He's a machine operator for a television antenna manufacturer.
You say he's a machine operator?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And how'd you meet him?
Oh, we were
Was he operating
at
the time? You met in school?
Yes.
You happily married?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, that's unusual. As a young mother, did you have any children?
Naturally.
Naturally, you say. Well, I'm glad to hear it. What you meant was that you couldn't be a mother unless you had children. Isn't that it?
Of course.
Well, that's not quite true. I've got children, and I'm not a mother. How many whippersnappers do you have? How many children do you have?
One. Girl.
A girl?
Mm-hmm.
And how old is this little girl?
1 year.
Did you give up a career to get married?
School.
You were glad to get out of the classroom,
Mm-hmm.
huh? What was there about your husband that swept you off your feet?
Oh, yes.
Could you talk a little bit louder?
Mm-hmm.
You look beautiful, but they'd also like to hear what you're saying out there. You'll either have to talk louder or do grinds or something. He was good looking?
Had a nice car. He was Real smooth.
He was smooth, eh? What do you mean by smooth? You mean he hadn't started to shave yet? Grandpa, you're still over there, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Glad to hear it. It isn't often that old granddad lasts this long. Well, that's not the point. Let's get back to where we were, huh? Do you have any children?
4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Uh-huh. Grandchildren?
8.
Mm-hmm. Were any of your grandchildren named after you?
No, they were not. My youngest son married a bishop's daughter, and so they took the names of their children out of the Bible. They have Peter and Matthew, Luke, and Mark.
Well,
now, the next one maybe Hezekiah. I don't know. Might be Rachel.
How long have you been married, Fred?
46 years.
Have you been happy all that time?
Absolutely.
46 years of marriage, 2 wars, a stock market crash. Yes, we have no bananas, and the thing. And through it all, I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you, why didn't you shoot yourself? Huh?
Well, I never was able to get a gun that I thought I could hold.
Now, what are the problems that confront a year-old bride?
Oh, mostly that she can't find any friends that are married that are that young.
Grandpa, are you still happy?
Still here.
What do you suggest? How can Sherry find some friends her age?
Well, I'd suggest perhaps joining some club, youthful membership.
You mean like the Campfire Girls?
That'd be good.
I was a Campfire Girl until my voice started to change right in the middle of Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. You belong to any clubs?
Yeah, I belong to the Elks.
The Elks, huh? Oh, that's so. How long have you been an Elk?
30 years.
Well, you're a fine-looking specimen. How much would you charge to hang over my fireplace?
Well, I might do it for consideration.
Now, what is the purpose of the Elks Club?
Well, primarily charity, and this year we're adopting the program of nationally of cerebral palsy. We initiated a program which we hope will be carried out throughout the United States.
Well, all this world needs is more people like you, Fred. Grandpa, you're still happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, still happy.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
Well, I'm
confidentially now, in all your years of marriage, have you ever kissed anybody besides your wife?
Well, not seriously.
Well, you've got a wonderful opportunity right now, eh,
Oh,
Sherry?
boy.
Sherry, you wouldn't mind kissing a man who's old enough to be your great-grandfather, would you? No. Okay, here we go. Fred, you can take the other side, huh?
Okay, I'll do that.
Well, now, let's get down to serious business. As though that wasn't, eh? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, there's an important matter I want you to know about.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, revelation is the word to describe the pleasure you'll get driving as well as riding in the great new 1951 DeSoto. All across the country, in every state and every city, car owners are proving this to themselves by getting behind the wheel of this proud new car. They're experiencing for the first time what riding comfort there is in DeSoto's brand new Oriflow shock absorbers and spring construction, as these wonderful new features level out the bumpiest roads. They're experiencing the thrill of the new, higher-powered DeSoto engine with its extra get-up-and-go. They're relaxing on DeSoto's luxurious chair-high seats and knowing an entirely new feeling of security because of DeSoto's bigger brakes that stop you quickly and easily. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So no wonder, all over the country, they're buying
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it tomorrow, for sure.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar words beginning with the letter C. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
You're partners in this together now. $10? What do you call a student in a military or naval academy? It begins with the letter C.
Cadet.
Cadet.
A cadet is right.
You have $30.
You're flying high here, Pappy. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
Well, we'll try about 20, don't you see?
All right. What do you call the freightman's car that is attached to a train? It begins with the letter C.
Caboose.
Caboose is right.
Well, you're climbing. You have $50 now.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much you going to try?
45.
That's right. Okay.
45. What do you call a crested bird of the parrot family? It begins with the letter C. Cockatoo is right.
Now you have $95.
Grandpa spent a lot of time in the woods, I think. He wasn't chasing elks all the time. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet?
Okay. 80
How
bucks.
much?
80 bucks.
$80. What do you call the little colored pieces of paper thrown at parties and parades that begins with the letter C? Confetti is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $175.
Stick around, Sherry. I'll see you later.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still shoe. We invited some chefs from Mexican restaurants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Roque Valdivia. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. You're the housewife, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? That's
Corsicana, Texas.
Corsicana, Texas. It's needless for me to ask you what nationality you are. I mean, way back, I know you were born in this country. Kathleen Duffy is really a good old Irish name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak Gaelic at all? Speak English?
A little.
Oh, that's enough for me, huh? Now, where is your native habitat?
I just told you.
It serves me right for using words I don't understand. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a personnel manager for CPS.
CPS? Now, what is CPS?
Well, that's California Physician Service, Blue Shield.
Well, how'd you meet him? Were you introduced to him?
Well, there was more to it than that.
Well, I hope so, but... how'd you meet him, Katie?
Well...
I'll call you Katie, huh?
All right.
I named you after a railroad.
I was coming home one
I'll
afternoon.
make tracks for you later.
And as I came up the front walk, I saw this very nice-looking young man coming out the front door. And as he started down the front steps, I noticed that he had all of my silverware in his hands. And he explained to me that his mother had been having a dinner party, or was going to have one. She had called my neighbor and had asked if she could borrow the neighbor's silver. So he had come to what he thought was the neighbor's house, but had gotten into my house by mistake, and had picked up my silver and started out the door with it, and he wasn't a burglar at all.
Were you disappointed?
No.
You'll have to pardon me for being a little confused tonight. Somebody gave me a new boomerang for my birthday, and I've driven myself crazy trying to throw the old one away. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Valdivia? Is that
Mexican restaurant.
You're from a Mexican restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Well, buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, señor.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien. ¿Y usted?
I'm fine. I speak Spanish fluently, huh? So be careful what you say. Where are you from, señor?
Yo vengo de la República Mexicana, León, Guanajuato, México.
Well, is that with coffee or just plain? What is the name of your establishment?
El Coyote Spanish Cafe, 105 North La Brea, Los Angeles.
Well, what do you serve in your restaurant?
Mexican food, dishes.
Mexican dishes?
Real Mexican dishes.
Could you serve me a tall one who likes the smell of a good cigar? I mean, specifically, what do you serve? Like chili con carne?
Enchiladas, chile rellenos, tacos, and huevo y jamón.
What time do you stop at Acapulco? Huh? Now, let's take them one. Did you ever hear the Mexican weather report? Chilly today and hot tamale? That's an old joke. Senor, why is Mexican food so hot?
Well, it runs back to the history of the Indians that started growing the chili. The chili is very hot. The country is very warm. And
the country, so Mexico is a hot country.
It's a very hot country.
That's odd, because some of my friends recently went to Mexico because it was too hot for them here in L.A. Well, thanks to you, too, I know a great deal about Mexican food. Now, let's see if you know a great deal about these questions. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the
young mother and the grandfather won $175.
I can give you $20. You selected fictional crime solvers. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to go for? Talk right up, Katie.
No, not too high. $10.
$10? $10, huh? All right. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created what detective?
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, you got $30. You're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to bet?
25.
Talk up.
25.
25.
25. How much would that be in pesos?
Oh, that's a big figure, mister.
Well, you got a big figure, too. How much would that be in pesos?
I have to get my pencil. That's,
You have to get your pencil. What kind of How much is that in pesos?
$1 is $8.
No, you figure it up. I'm not from Mexico, huh?
It's a lot of money.
Oh, it's a lot of money, huh? No, I'll damn biggest. Oil Dad Biggest created a portly Chinese detective who was the father of a large family. Who is it?
Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan is right.
Now you're trying to $55.
All right, you got $55. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
50.
Talk up, Katie.
50.
This is really the melting pot, isn't it?
50. 50.
$50 you're going to bet? Now, how much is that in pesos? All right, Dashiell Hammett created a tough private detective with a secretary named Effie. He was also on the radio. Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Sam Spade is right.
Now you have $105.
That little Irish lass is a pretty shrewd cookie. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet at? $105.
What?
Oh.
Yes. Oh. Won't we bet all?
No. I want to have a car fare to go home.
I'll give it to you. Let's bet it all.
Katie will give you a car fare to go home.
Yes.
How much are you going to bet?
Okay, how much?
Where do you live?
Where do you live? He lives in San Diego.
All right, let's bet it all.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to bet $105? Now, how much is that in Mexican pesos?
You want to figure?
I want you to figure it out.
That's 860 pesos. And, let's see, it's 860. It's 900 and close to 1,000 pesos.
That is...
You'd be loaded in Mexico, huh?
I'd be a man over there.
You'd be a big
mister,
shot over there.
Mister.
Okay, you'd be a mister. Here we go. Earl Stanley Gardner created a lawyer who solves crimes. His secretary is Della Street. Who is it?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason is right.
You also won $210.
How much is that in pesos?
I mean, I'm going to have to get my pencil.
All right, we'll see you later, kids. You stick around now, huh?
Groucho, secret word is still shoe. We invited some airline hostesses and some jockeys to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Goff, Mr. Gordon Glisson, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. If you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. An airline hostess and a jockey, eh? Miss Dorothy Goff, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
And Somebody out there from Spokane. You live in L.A. now, Dorothy?
Yes, I do.
Which of the airlines do you work for, Dorothy?
I work for Western Airlines.
Mm-hmm. You're the jockey, Gordon? I'll call you Gordon, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Winsboro, South Carolina.
Are you married?
No, sir.
How old are you, Gordon?
20.
20, yeah. What's your age, Dorothy?
I'm 22.
You're 20 and you're 22, huh? You want to know how old I am?
Yes, how old are you?
I'm not going to tell. No, I just want to see if you cared. How tall are you, Dorothy?
I'm 5'4.5".
And you, how tall are you?
I'm about 4'11".
Say, you're just about the right size for each other. It's amazing how I get these perfect matches. You're a very attractive girl, Dorothy. Are all airline hostesses as pretty as you are?
Well, the company makes it a point to hire girls on the attractive side.
Well, I don't know which is your attractive side, but there's certainly nothing wrong with the one I'm looking at. Why do the airlines insist on attractive hostesses?
Well, they think it's good for business.
Well, it is. There's nothing like an attractive hostess to keep a man up in the air. Now, is there anything about your passengers, Dorothy, that annoys you?
Yes. Passengers who don't abide by the rules, such as...
Such as what?
Not fastening their seat belts and getting on board with liquor, smoking cigars and pipes, and are only supposed to smoke cigarettes.
You mean I can't smoke my cigar on your plane?
Well, we use discretion and...
Well, I use tobacco. I find it far superior than discretion.
If you don't annoy the lady passengers, you may.
You mean I can smoke cigars if I don't annoy the lady passengers? Well, in that case, I won't smoke my cigar. I'd much rather annoy the women passengers. I didn't know there was a choice. By the way, Gordon, where do you do your riding?
Right now I'm riding at Santa Anita.
Uh-huh. Did you always ride at Santa Anita?
No, sir. I have ridden in practically every track in the country. And
is that so? I'd like to see you ride the Santa Fe track to Albuquerque. Now, as a jockey, what about you, Gordon? I presume you've had many thrilling experiences, haven't you? What's the biggest thrill you ever had?
I guess one of the biggest thrills I ever had was being leading rider of the country last year.
You were the leading rider of the country?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, well, I'd have much more respect for you had I known that. I thought you were just an apprentice jockey. How about it, Dorothy? Are you beginning to feel romantically inclined towards this young squirt? Am I doing a good job of bringing you two together?
I think I like him a little older, a little taller, and more in my line of work.
I see. Gordon, is there good money in horse racing? For example, how much does a top jockey earn in a year?
Well, most of the top riders earn anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 a year.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that, Dorothy?
No, I wasn't.
Gordon, as far as Dorothy is concerned, you just aged a couple of years. Added a couple of feet in height, and she just loves horses. Dorothy, I'm only kidding. I know you're not interested in a man who makes a paltry $100,000 a year.
No.
It's just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. Paltry $100,000. Just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. If you think you're going to escape from that joke, you're mad. By the way, that's some animal crackers. The Mexican weather report, chilly today and hot tamale. I didn't give you that. No. Didn't get much better this time. I guess there's not much interest in the Mexican weather up here. Well, thanks to you two, I know all about horses and airplanes. And in the future, I'll be sure to keep both feet on the ground, and I hope you two are very happy together. Now, let's see how well you make out on the quiz. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Mexican chef and the housewife are leading with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can bid your $20. You selected capitals of states. And here is Fenneman, the Valiant. Now, how much are you going to bet on the first question?
$5.
What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $25.
Remember now, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your 15 you're going to bet on your second question?
Oh, 25.
25 they have. How much you going to bet on your second question? Shows you how much attention I pay to you.
20.
20?
What's it?
15. What is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia.
Columbia is right.
You have $40 now.
$40. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
What's that, 40?
20.
20. What is the capital of New Hampshire? Talk it over.
I don't know.
You've been flying the wrong route. I'm sorry. It's Concord.
You now have $20.
Oh, well, you only got $20. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're coming on the rail now. You're on the inside. You're coming through there, Gordon. Here's your last chance. What is the capital of New York?
Albany.
Albany is right.
You wind up with $40.
You wound up with $40, and that means that the big
Mexican chef and the housewife with $210.
How much is that in pesos?
Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
See you later, kid. Stick around for the big money, yeah?
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you, DeSoto.
Yes, here's a car that's really different this year. The 1951 DeSoto. With more new beauty, more new power, more new riding comfort than ever before. Every luxury, every convenience, every economy has been designed into this finest of fine DeSotos to give you the driving pleasure you've always dreamed about. Yet the new DeSoto, the car that's really new and different, costs very little more than the very lowest price cars. And it lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you chair-high seats, big 12-inch brakes, waterproof ignition, new type automatic choke, increased visibility, and most wonderful of all, the ride's a revelation, thanks to the amazing cushioning action of the new Oriflow shock absorbers. The news is getting around fast. DeSoto is the really new car of 1951. That's why folks all over are flocking to see
The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the great new Plymouth.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho. The Mexican chef and the housewife all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
You know, if you should win this money, you're going to have to tell me how much this is in pesos. Or maybe you better throw it. All right, here we go. Here we go for $1,500. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully. And no help from the audience. Here it is. A girl named Mary Ball became the mother of a famous American. For $1,500, tell me, who was Mary Ball's son? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
That was for Bank Judy.
No, I'm sorry. It's George Washington. You're way off. The correct answer is George Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won, how much?
$210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Start your car with your garage doors open and warm up outside. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 12 o'clock noon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Cook and young Mr. Rush Cook. Sade is established on the Davenport, and her son, who just this moment arrived home from a vigorous morning of baseball in Tapman's vacant lot, seats himself beside her, saying cheerfully,
Meat's not done, huh?
No, and won't be for a little bit.
Maybe I ought to pretend to fly into a frenzy of rage like Gov does when dinner's not ready.
Yeah. Well, you appreciate how long it takes beef punkles to cook tender.
Uh-huh. We discussed it as I was leaving this morning. The subject of beef punkles flitted through my brains quite often during the ball game. You take a fellow along about the fourth or fifth inning, they get hungry. Well, I almost missed a high fly in short left field because I got to thinking how delicious beef punkles
Oh,
were.
hey, Willie, before I forget.
Yeah?
You're to come down to Hamilton's at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
What for?
School closed. School starts in 2 weeks, and you have to have...
I'm to meet you down in Hamilton's at 3 o'clock this afternoon to buy school clothes?
Yes. What's the matter?
Impossible.
Impossible nothing. You don't have to play baseball every minute of the day and night. Why, are you supposed to
This has got nothing to do with baseball.
Whatever it's got something to do with, I'll expect to see you at 3 o'clock.
It's all set. My mother picks out my school clothes again this year, huh?
Of course it's all set. Your mother picks out your school clothes.
Do you realize how long this has been going on?
Well, I expect I could think back.
When I'm a man 59 years old and married to some woman, will I have to meet my mother downtown so she can pick out my school clothes?
When you're a man 59 years old and married to some woman, very likely you won't be attending school. I hope not, at least. Now, Willie, don't raise any silly fusses. It's a warm day, and what's the sense of getting all hot under the collar?
I can't meet you this afternoon, Mom. I'm afraid that's final.
Tippity hop and the hogs got out.
If there can't be any other arrangements made, if my mother's determined to pick out my clothes, I'll meet you some other day this week. I'll meet you at the clothing store either first thing in the morning when they're just opening and nobody's around, or else I'll meet you last thing in the evening when they're just closing and nobody's around. If I have to have the humiliation of my mother buying my clothes at my age.
You'll meet me on the second floor of Hamilton's at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and furthermore...
I can't, Mom.
You can't, huh?
No.
Tell me why you can't.
Nicer Scott's going to be down picking out his school clothes this afternoon.
Oh?
Alone.
Well, I guess that's a horrible, horrible
He was telling the guys
coincidence.
over in Tapman's vacant lot about it not a quarter of an hour ago, bragging like a horse. Well, fellas, he says, I won't be around after dinner. I have to stroll downtown and replenish the old wardrobe.
His mother will be with him. His mother
won't be with him. His mother won't be with him. He made a big special point of that. He's going to shop for clothes all by himself. Mr. and Mrs. Scott have got charge accounts at Hamilton's, Kleberger's, Rogers, MC.
We haven't got charge accounts at all them places.
Got a charge account at Kleberger's.
I'm only going to buy a few items at Kleberger's. Your shirts, socks, and neckties. Your suit I'll probably get at Hamilton's, and your shoes...
Okay, but at least you can see we'll have to postpone this business till later on in the week.
Why?
Because Nicer Scott will be downtown this afternoon. I can't afford to have him on hand watching my mother pick out my clothes for me. He'd never let me forget it. He'd taunt me the next 40 years. I have to listen to sneers and insults and slurs.
Willie, I don't like to antagonize you and excite you. You know that. And I'll bet if you think a minute or two, you'll realize maybe this isn't such a terrible life and death
You situation. appreciate what a scoundrel Nicer Scott is. There's nothing he'd love better than to enjoy my misery and humiliation, watching my mother select shoes for me and feel suit material and discuss with the lame-brained clerks the prices.
I doubt if he buys his own school clothes, Rush.
What?
I doubt if Nicer picks out his own school clothes.
He does. Telephone his mother. Find out for yourself.
Maybe she tells him exactly what she wants him to buy.
All right, fine. Wonderful. Perfect. You tell me exactly what you want me to buy. I'll get it.
Trouble is, Rush, I don't know myself. I'll have to look over what they got and price the different
Mom, if I met you down in Hamilton's this afternoon, we'd bump in a Nicer sure as shooting. His face would light up with fiendish glee. You gloat and jeer. Why, I can hear 'em. Clerk, cut out your finest fabrics. I have to have quick service and don't show me nothing sleazy. Is this lady and her little boy ahead of me? I'll wait while Mama buys booties and bibs for the little fella.
Oh, Willie, goodness. You sound serious and all, but I just can't.
I am serious.
If it wasn't for...
Okay, I give in. I'll let my mother pick out my clothes for me. But it'll have to be some other day this week. That satisfactory with you?
No.
It's not satisfactory with you?
All the stores are having sales on boys' things today. Today and only today. There's money to be saved. We're not so rich we can let bargains go.
I am feeling pretty desperate about this, Ma.
Well, stop feeling pretty desperate. I agree with you. Nicer is a smart aleck and would probably take advantage by teasing and making fun, but a person can't help circumstances, can they?
I'll go down this afternoon and pick out my school clothes by myself. If my selections don't suit you, we can return the stuff tomorrow.
You can't exchange sale goods. I see you feel pretty strong about this, Willie, but circumstances is circumstances, and I don't know what's to be done about it. So, be a sport and play ball. It won't take us very long to buy you a suit and shoes and the different stuff you need. Why, and you might not even see Nicer Scott.
How do you figure? He'll be in every store downtown.
He might be in different stores at different times from us.
Huh.
Anyway, what do you care what he thinks and does? You're neither one of you infants. Goodness, when did you turn into a piece of flimsy cut glass? Things are the way they are, and there's no help for it. You'll face a lot worse miserable situations than this before you die. So, you drop what you're doing at 3 o'clock and meet us down in Hamilton.
Us?
I'll be on the second floor there.
You said us?
Miss Stembottom and me.
Miss Stembottom?
Miss Stembottom and Miss Trogle and Miss Goffers.
No.
Willie, I'm getting...
There'll be 4 ladies picking out my clothes?
Oh, 4 ladies, my undershirt. Miss Stembottom and Miss Trogle and Miss Goffers don't give a snap about you and your clothes. Just that we're going shopping together and arranged...
But they'll be there, won't they?
Be where?
In Hamilton.
Well, there's no law that prohibits people from going into a department store.
My mother, Miss Stembottom, Miss Trogle, and Miss Goffers. 4 ladies, all told, skulking around me there in Hamilton while I try on coat and pants.
They got little dressing rooms where you try on coat and pants.
In full view of Nicer Scott, I will appear in Hamilton's department store in the company of 4 separate and distinct ladies who will select my school
I'm
clothes.
getting just a little weary of this talky-talk rush. In the first place, it's childish. You know
Telephone's
yourself.
ringing, telephone's ringing.
Most likely Bluetooth Johnson. Answer it.
I haven't the heart to face any friend of mine.
You won't be facing him. You'll be talking to him over the phone.
Oh.
Answer that. And don't get in any long conversation. I bet our beef punkles are about done.
Hello.
Oh, ish.
Yes, I believe she is.
A person would think you were at death's door.
No, I am not ill. Just 1 second. Here's my mother.
Miss Stembottom?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it Miss Stembottom?
I don't know.
I asked you a question, Rush.
I don't know who it is.
I advise you not to carry this nonsense too far, Dr. Sleech. Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, never felt better, thanks. And yourself? Fine. Why, yes. Oh. Well, I thought around 3 o'clock.
Why are you looking at me?
Oh. Well, Miss Trogle, Miss Stembottom, Miss Goffers are going, too. Uh-huh.
Why are you looking at me, Mom?
What?
What are you looking at me so funny for?
We thought we'd meet in at Hamilton's. Yes. Second floor. Yes, at 3 o'clock. Well, dandy. All right, Miss... All right. You bet, Miss... goodbye.
Mrs. Who?
Well, we better skip out to the kitchen, and these punkles will get cooked too much.
Who was that on the telephone?
Just now?
Yes.
Friend.
Lady?
Well, of course. Would I be meeting any gentlemen down in Hamilton's this afternoon?
5 ladies, huh? Going to be on deck to pick out my school clothes?
Oh, ish, Willie. Hey, let's run and check up on them beef punkles. Now, but they're just exactly as tender as they ought to be. And
Mom.
What?
Who was that on the telephone just now?
Miss Tissel.
Oh?
Now, let's quit hemming and hawing and arguing.
Is Mildred going to be with her?
What?
Is Mildred going to be with Miss Tissel in at Hamilton's this afternoon? Is she?
Yeah.
So, We have 5 ladies and a 13-year-old girl picking out my school clothes for me. In full view, a nicer Scott.
Rush, no. Please, get that look off your face. Stop. Quit staring so. Close your mouth. Get on your feet, Rush.
Another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headaches, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with our guest, Shelley Winters, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern, where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. You sound mad. What's wrong? When you answered the doorbell this morning, you was wearing Mrs. Duffy's bathrobe. Well, what's wrong with that? The milkman kissed you, huh? What happened? Did you slug the guy? Oh, if he's been kissing Mrs. Duffy, he's had punishment enough. You still mad? You think you'll come down here to cool off? Duffy, tonight the tavern ain't no place to cool off. Shelley Winters is coming down. Yeah, Winters is the name, Duffy, but it really should be Summers, you know. The way she raises a guy's temperature. What she look like? Well, you know, I told you about the temperature, and with the sweat pouring down into your eyes, you can't get a good look. She's a very versatile dame, Duffy, you know. She acts on the stage, she's in the movies, and sings in musical comedies, and she's packed to the hilt with talent. And, brother, what a hilt. Also, a sensational pair of gams. Yes, sir, with them legs, she's made more successful crossings than Pan American Airways. Well, look, I got work to do, Duffy. I'll call you back. Oh, Yasha! Yasha! Where is that Yasha Pena Slavnik?
How do you do?
Tell me, Yasha, did any letters or mail come in today?
Like an avalanche.
Oh. Well, let me see the mail. Hey, these personal letters of mine. They've been opened.
I can read them closed.
Yasha, it might have been personal correspondence from a dame, you know. I don't want you to be reading me private mail.
Okay, my boss. Or may I call you Cuddles?
But opening somebody else's letters, how can you do such a thing?
How?
Yeah.
Silly. I am holding them over a tea kettle. By the by, here is one letter that I'm thinking you will find extremely interesting.
What, Billy Doo from a female admirer?
No, Billy Doo overdue from the gas company.
What does it say?
Unless you pay your bill immediately, you will hear from our attorneys.
Yeah, throw it away. What's the next letter?
From their attorney.
Yeah. Well, they can't scare me into paying their dirty bills. If I don't pay them, what can they do to me? What's the next letter?
It's from Sing Sing.
Oh, at last, some social correspondence. Well, it's from my old friend Nitro McNulty.
Oh, what does he say? What does he say?
Let me see. Dear Archie, planning to escape. Meet me outside of main wall in automobile and bring my wife. Signed, Nitro. P.S. Bring along another girl for me. Signed, the warden. Let's get to the next letter. I wonder who this is from.
It's from Peaches Latour, the striptease.
But you didn't open it. How do you know it's from Peaches Latour, the striptease?
The stamp is peeling off.
Give me that letter. Let's see. Hey, you're wrong. It ain't a letter. It's a Valentine.
A Valentine.
Yeah, let's see. Love to you, my sweetheart mine. Will you be my Valentine?
I'll be yours if you'll be mine. To you from me, from swine to swine.
It does not say that, Yasha. I'm afraid you're just jealous.
Me jealous? Me jealous? I am also having a girl writing me letters.
Writing you letters?
Yes. Every day she is wanting to see me. She is calling me on the telephone. She is writing me letters. Always wanting to see me. Fortunately, I put a stop to it.
How?
I let her see me.
Well, that's one way of killing the goose. Now, let me see. Who could have sent this Valentine? Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archie.
Miss Duffy, did you send me a Valentine?
Is there a name on it?
No signature. It's just unanimous. Let's see. Looks like some dame is out to marry me, but she's too ashamed to sign her name.
Archie, you're being silly. A Valentine like that ain't being personal.
What do you mean?
Look at it. It's printed.
If so, a marriage license is just printed, too. Facto? Don't tell me about dames. All they ever think about is getting married. Believe me, I've made a study of them.
Then how come you keep taking them out?
Research. But they ain't gonna get all lots. Believe me, I've seen too many horrible results from marriage.
Hello, Arch.
Perfect example. Hiya, Finnegan.
Top tip.
Top tip. That's tip-top.
I know, but I'm feeling a little backward today.
Well, that's normal. Let's see. Who could have sent that Valentine?
You got a Valentine, Arch?
Yeah, it seems there's a dame in love with me.
Love?
Yeah, love.
Love?
Well, you know what love is, don't you?
Well, I know it has something to do with dames, but from there on, I ain't too clear.
Well, I'll try to explain it. You see, Finnegan, in biology, there's two kinds of genders, you see, men and women. I assume you know what marriage is.
Oh, sure. That's what you gotta have before you get a divorce.
Yeah. Well, that's one school of thought, but to put it more succinctly, marriage is, it's sort of a friendship that gets loused up. Now, Finnegan, the point of this talk is I want you to promise me if you ever see a dame getting me in a clutch, unclutch me. Break it up. You know, help me use me willpower.
I certainly will, Arch.
Thanks.
You don't think I'm going to let a dame come between us?
Finnegan, old man, how does it feel to be an idiot?
Well, not too bad, Arch. The trouble is the hours is so long.
Leave us quit this nonsense talk now. Now, who could have sent this Valentine? Maybe I better forget about it. Shelley Winters will be coming down here any minute.
Shelley Winters. Hump.
And what's the hump?
Well, not that I want to take anything away from Shelley Winters.
Go ahead, take it away. You need it more than she does.
What I'm trying to say is she's been a very lucky girl.
You should be rolling the same pair of dice. What do you mean, lucky? She's got brains and beauty and talent.
Yeah, but where would that get her if Edison hadn't invented motion pictures?
You call that lucky?
What else? Look, Archie, be honest.
Yeah.
Suppose a movie producer needs a star for a picture, and he has to choose between Shelley Winters and me. Who does he pick?
Shelley Winters.
There you are. It's a 50-50 chance, and she wins. And you don't call that luck? Believe me, one screen test, and I'd have Ray Milland and Clark Gable chasing me, too.
With a baseball bat. You would have Ray Milland and Clark Gable chasing you. They wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot Louisville slugger. And if you think you're so hot, why don't you try to get into the movies?
What? Have men bothering me morning, noon, and night?
Men bothering you? That's bad?
Frankly, I'm bored with men.
Oh, no. This from a dame that sits in the front row at circuses waiting for a human cannonball to overshoot the mark. Get her bored with men.
Arch, is this dame annoying you?
Yeah, very much.
Well, beat it, Jester. This man has already been spoken for. Say, Arch.
Yeah?
I've been giving quite a lot of thought to what you told me.
You've been giving a lot of thought, huh? Well, good for you, Finnegan.
Only I forget what it is.
Okay, I'll explain it again. Now, and this goes for you, too, Planya Slavnik. You guys got to help me to keep me willpower, you know. Now, if a dame starts making passes at me, what do you do?
Well, we break it up.
Right. Now, how you going to do it?
Very simple. I merely say, Madame, I believe you dropped your handkerchief. Then, when she bends over to pick it up...
Yes?
I kick her right in the teeth.
Well, ain't exactly Emily Posty, but at least it'll be effective. Now, let me see this Valentine. Hey, this I didn't notice. What's under the heart?
What's under the heart?
Yeah.
The liver.
No, I mean, what's under the heart on this Valentine? It's a poem. Let's see here. Roses are red, licorice is black. Kiss me, sweetheart, and I'll kiss you back. Hey, wait a minute. This proves it. I know who's after me.
Who?
Shelley Winters.
Shelley Winters, are you kidding?
Look, Miss Duffy, this is poetry, ain't it?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a poet named Byron?
Yeah.
Keats?
Uh-huh.
Did it ever occur to you that there is also a poet named Shelley? And as further proof, just take a look at this word.
What word?
Sweetheart.
Please, this is so sudden.
Please. Miss Slavnik, I'm talking about the word sweetheart in the poem. And Miss Duffy, in the word sweetheart, what's the first two letters?
S-W.
I suppose it's a coincidence that Shelley Winters' initial is also S.W.? Finnegan, you better keep your eye on me tonight and watch that willpower. I'm afraid the dame has interior motives.
Don't worry, Arch. We'll protect you.
I think I'll need it. You know, she's at that dangerous Hollywood age. Between husbands. So don't forget your promise, fellas. The first time you see a gleam in your eye, I want you to quick hop in and frustrate her.
Well, you better put your frustrators on quick, because there she is coming in the door right now.
Oh, brother, look at those. I mean, look at that.
Arch, don't forget, willpower.
Okay, Finnegan, I'll play it safe. I'll only look her in the face. Yes, sir, I'll bridle me passions. I'll stifle myself. I'll dam up my emotions.
Hello, Archie.
Run for the hills, boys. The dam has burst.
Now, Shelley Winters.
Well, Archie, this is the first time I've ever...
Just a second, Miss Winters. I happen to know how you feel, but I'm sorry. The answer is definitely no.
Well, that's a cool greeting.
Coolness is as coolness does.
Ah, boy, Arch.
Archie, aren't you even going to shake hands?
Oh, I'll shake hands, okay, but just a quick one.
All right, then I'll take off my glove.
What's that?
I'll take off my glove.
Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Say, what's going on here?
Look, Miss Winters, I want you to know that you mean nothing to me.
What?
You heard me. Them soft blue eyes, they mean nothing. That beautiful blonde hair and them lips. Gorgeous figure. Them terrific legs. They do nothing to me, see?
Say, boss, here.
What?
Your eyes, they just popped out of their sockets.
Say, you're cute.
Don't say that.
But you are.
I know, but don't say that.
All right, I won't say it.
You won't say why.
You're cute.
Please, say it again.
Look, cut it out, Shelley. I can see right through you.
What?
I don't mean that. I mean this clumsy attempt to make me jealous. You know, you're just a moth to a flame. Just another one of the bats in me belfry.
Bats in the belfry is right.
Now, please, leave us forget the past and get the conversation back to the drawing room. Now, tell me, what are they talking about in good old... You know, you're quite a dish.
Archie, my face is up here.
Oh, yes. By the way, that dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's really nothing.
You're so right. Must say for you, though, Miss Winters, that with a figure like yours, you don't need clothes. Tell me, what are people talking about in good old Hollywood these days?
Oh, the same thing. Each other.
How dull. I wonder if they still remember me out there. You know, I once starred in a picture for Paramount.
Oh, yes, they're still talking about you.
Yeah, huh? What are they saying?
I don't know. I'm a lady. I always leave the room.
Well, tell me, what pictures you've been making lately?
Well, I just finished a Technicolor picture for Universal.
Well, what's it called?
Frenchie.
It's called Frenchie, huh?
Arch, don't forget, your willpower.
Don't worry, I'm just toying with the dame.
By the way, Archie, do you mind if I sit down?
No, sit down on that bar stool. Speaking of the movies...
Archie, this bar stool is rather high.
We keep it that way so the customers won't feel small if they don't buy a second drink. Speaking of movies...
It's so nice to sit down. Oh, these high heels are killing me.
They're killing me, too. Speaking of movies...
Archie, do you think these black stockings go well with these shoes?
Black stockings? Yeah, very well. Smoking of speakies... making of spookies...
Archie, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? Nothing.
Nothing that a cold shower couldn't cure.
Quiet, Panya Slavnik. Miss Winters, speaking of Hollywood, by the way, you got a run in your stock.
Oh, I'll have to fix it.
Can I help you? May I get you a needle and thread, Miss Winters?
Well, that would be very sweet of you, Archie.
Not at all.
In fact, I think you're a very sweet boy.
Really?
And handsome, too.
Honest?
Of course.
Cross your legs and hope to die? legs and hope to die. It's the name of a new book. Speaking of books, have you read any good stockings lately? I mean, books.
Oh, yes, I have.
That's nice. Anything new?
Yes.
What?
The new Kinsey report.
That did it. Shelley, I'm a dead duck. May I have the pleasure of your next marriage?
Archie, is this a sincere proposal?
You think these goose pimples is falsies? Of course it's a proposal, so what do you say?
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Well, why? You just told me I was sweet.
Yes?
And handsome.
I'm sorry, Archie, but the man I marry must have a lot of money.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100.
Look, Shelley, you got to marry me.
I'm sorry, Archie, but I can't break a promise.
A promise?
Yes, I promised myself that the next time I got married, it would be for money.
Got to have money, huh?
Absolutely.
Well, I ain't exactly saying that I'm filthy rich, but I ain't exactly saying that I'm filthy poor, neither.
No, it's just filthy.
Thank you. You see, Shelley, if I wasn't rich, you'd think this peasant would insult me?
But if you have so much money, why do you work in a place like this?
Look, Shelley, this tavern is just a hobby with me. You think if I worked here, I could afford to own a Rolls Royce with a mink tail and a radiator cap? Which reminds me, Yasha, take the Rolls Royce down to one of my oil wells and fill it up with diesels.
I'm beginning to be impressed.
You ain't heard nothing yet. Excuse me, the phone. Probably me wealthy stockbroker. Hello? Oh, hello, Whitcomb. Duffy, it's a knife. Tell me, Whitcomb, how are all me stocks and bonds on Wall Street? Uh-huh. And what about Consolidated Amalgamated Inc.? Huh? They've incorporated? Yeah, they've done it again. Buy 1 million more shares, and this time, not just them little common ones. Give me the big ones, the preferred. Very good, Whitcomb. And by the way, what happened to maternity ward? See? And what about Consolidated can? Bottom dropped out, huh? Well, that case, to tell you what you do, buy me 10,000 shares of Social Securities. Thanks, Whitcomb. Well, things seem to be popping on Wall Street.
Yes, it sounds like a real bull market.
Well, now that I've proved how rich I am, can you think of any reason for us not getting married?
No, but I will. Just give me a second. Oh, yes. How about your background?
Huh?
Your family.
Oh, them. Well, Grandpater was also a millionaire, you know. In fact, I shouldn't really talk about our family fortune without giving him credit. You know, he was the original flounder. Started as a poor boy, too. He mayflowered it over here with Grandmama. And they was lucky enough to pick up Pennsylvania at the right price. So I grew up on the estate and went to college.
Oh, what college did you go to?
Well, Dad wanted me to go to Harvard, and Mother wanted me to go to Yale.
What happened?
They compromised. That's when Dad built Princeton. So you see, Shelley, I have both money and background. So what do you say we take me 2 yachts and start on a little honeymoon?
2 yachts?
Yeah, marked his and hers. Now, leave us quit wasting time. Yeah, Chef Duffy calls, tell him me and Shelley is on our way down to a little church around the corner, huh?
Little church around the... Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Finnegan, please, stay away from this.
But, Arch, what about your willpower?
I know, but this time I'm really in love.
In love, he says. This is what he is telling all his wives.
No, Tanya, Slotnick, please, stay away from this.
And Miss Winters, did he tell you he has 12 wives and 48 children?
48 children?
One for every state in the Union.
Oh, this is terrible. And where are the wives?
Standing by for Alaska and Hawaii.
Shelley, please don't listen to them. They're nuts. Can't you tell just by looking at them that they're nuts?
I don't know. Around here, there's no basis for comparison.
Look, everybody, will you shut up and forget that willpower stuff? I'm proud to say that I have conquered me willpower. This dame I want to marry.
You want to marry?
Yeah.
Here's where I spent all that dough.
What dough?
The dough I spent on that Valentine.
Oh, no.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. It's a great life this week for television enthusiasts. Yes, the current issue of Life magazine, dated February 12th, contains a really thrilling double-page advertisement showing RCA Victor's complete new 1951 series of million-proof television, America's favorite television, owned most, proved most, and now more wonderful than ever. Your whole family will pore over and purr over the detailed pictures and descriptions of 14 new RCA Victor models, each more glamorous than the last. Table toppers, consoles, and television radio phonograph console combinations. Cabinets ranging from an exquisite 18th century lowboy to a stunning modern swiveler. 14, 17, and 19-inch screens with such beautiful pictures, well, you'll simply have to see them to believe them. So run, don't walk, to the nearest RCA Victor dealers and meet all the glamorous new million-proof models in real life. Here's hoping you can take home your favorite set soon and start having the time of your life, enjoying the life of your time with matchless RCA Victor television. Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you to smoke. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings brings you The Life of Riley. Well, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Like millions of other families, the Chester A. Rileys are worrying about the high cost of living. And right now, as we drop into the Rileys' California bungalow, the law is being laid down by the boss of the house.
Now, you listen to me, Riley.
Okay, Dumpling, go on. My ears belong to you.
But we just can't meet our bills anymore. The cost of living's gone way up.
Oh, that's a lot of bunk. What's the cost of living got to do with it? Did you ever stop to think that maybe you're a little extravagant?
Well, after the way I scrimp and save. Why, I haven't bought a new dress in over a year. I'm wearing the hat I got 2 Easters ago. My coat's so old-fashioned I'm ashamed to wear it in the street. And I'm extravagant.
That's what I just said. You're extravagant.
You're impossible. You just don't know what's going on in this country.
I know exactly what's going on, and if you'll calm down, I'll explain it to you. It ain't the high cost of living, it's inflation.
Well, that's just what I'm talking about. I just can't manage anymore on our budget, especially when it comes to food.
Well, what do you expect me to do, Peg?
Well, the least you can do is to make an intelligent suggestion.
Eat less.
Eat less. That's brilliant.
Now, and I'll do my part. From now on, when I go to bed at night, I ain't taking no sandwiches with me.
Oh, it's not just the price of food. It's everything. The way the children grow out of their clothes is fantastic, especially Junior.
No, Junior's old enough to do his share, too. He'll just have to stop growing.
Well, he's always needing new shoes, and Babs needs dresses. And the price of clothes today is just outrageous. But you ought to know. You just ordered a new suit for $60.
That's right. Throw it up to me.
Well, now, dear, I didn't
think
mean
I'm
it.
entitled to one new suit. How long can I go on wearing my old one? You know, they're not wearing bell-bottom trousers anymore.
Riley, of course you need a new suit. I just mentioned it to show how expensive things were.
Expensive? They're ridiculous. A salesman called me today to try to sell me a yacht for $80,000. I was busy, so I told him I'd call him back.
A yacht? $80,000? You didn't call him back.
Well, no, I didn't have a nickel. Now, let's see. Gas, $4. We can't cut down on that. Electricity, $5. We can't cut down on that. Water, $2. Well, we can't cut down on that. Cigars, $3. Maybe I can give up water.
Hiya, Pop.
Oh, hello, Junior.
Oh, say, Pop, can I please have $1?
$1? Are you out of your mind? Here I am racking my brains trying to cut down expenses, making every sacrifice. Why, I just gave up water. And you asked for $1.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. I didn't know things were so tough.
Well, it's time you learned. And you just have to cut down your expenses like the rest of us. How much are you spending for bubble gum?
Well, about a nickel a day.
A nickel a day? Who do you think you are? Remember, you're my son, not Wrigley's.
Okay, Pop.
You don't realize we've got inflation, and you know where that leads to?
Where? What is inflation, anyway?
Inflation? Well, it's, well, you keep chewing a nickel's worth of bubble gum every day, and before you know it, boom, the whole thing blows up in your face. That's inflation.
Okay, Pop. But about that $1...
Well, don't bother me now, son. I got work to do. Now, where's the rest of those bills? Oh, here. Hey, what's this here? Looks like an invitation. You are cordially invited to attend the Beaux Arts Annual Ball.
That's Beaux-Arts.
Huh?
It's for Babs.
Oh. Hey, this dance is tomorrow night. How come I don't know anything about it?
Well, I guess Babs...
Nobody tells me anything around here. I'm always the last to learn what's going on with you kids. Just remember, I'm your father.
Okay, Pop.
I can prove it, too. See, here's another bill. Another bill I just got from the doctor who delivered you.
Okay, Pop. I admit you're my father.
Why didn't Babs say anything about this dance tomorrow?
Well, I guess she... Well, whenever she gets invited to a dance and she needs a new dress or something, you blow your top.
What do you mean I blow my top? I ain't the kind of a father that blows his top just because one of his kids says something he doesn't like. Next time you say I blow my top...
Oh, you're blowing it now.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, you think that's why Babs didn't say nothing about the dance?
Well, maybe.
Your mother said Babs needs a new dress. Hey, maybe she ain't even going to the dance on account of that.
Maybe.
Yeah, that must be it. She always talks about her dances. Fine father I turned out to be. My own daughter afraid to... Well, she's going to that dance. In a new dress, too.
Have you got the money?
I ain't so poor I can't afford to buy my kid a dress. Where's that bank statement? It just came today. Oh, here. After all, I ain't a bum. Balance $7.28.
Gee, you can't get much of a dress for that.
They made a mistake. What is that bank trying to do? They can't get away with that. I got more dough than that. I put some in regular every week.
But you take it out, too.
Whose side are you on? Hello? Citizens Bank and Trust? This is Chester Riley. I'm a citizen of your bank. You made a big mistake in my statement. You say I only got $7.28. That's ridiculous for a man in my position. What kind of a bank are you... Well, you better check. I'll hold on. Can't put nothing over on me. You gotta watch those banks every minute. What, hello? Yeah? Oh, so there was a mistake. I thought so. Well, how much is my balance? $1.63? No, that can't be. You better check again. No, don't check. I'm quitting while I'm still ahead. $1.63 and payday ain't till next week.
I wish I had some money, Pop. I'd let you have
Thanks, son, but I ain't licked yet. Don't forget, I got plenty of friends. Now, don't say a word to your mother or Babs till I borrow the dough.
You sure you can get it?
The boys at my lodge will do anything for me. I'm the most popular guy there. There ain't one of them who wouldn't cut off my right arm for me. Hi there, fellas.
Hi there, Riley, old pal.
Glad to see you, old timer.
Hey, you're a sight for sore eyes, Brother Riley.
You're a sight, too, Brother Gillis. Is there room for me to sit down here, boys?
Oh, sure, Riley. Move over. Make room for Brother Riley.
Thanks, fellas.
It's a long time no see, Riley, pal. Why, just this morning, the missus was saying, Harry, why don't we have Riley up to dinner some night next week?
Great. Make it tomorrow.
Now, wait a minute. I got first call on Riley.
You'll have to wait, Snooker. Riley's coming to my house first if I have to kidnap him.
Oh, gee, that's swell of you fellas, invite me like this with the way meat costs.
Nothing's too good for a pal. Especially the president of this lodge.
That's right. Oh, gee, fellas, I'm glad I run into you tonight. You see, I'm in a bit of a jam, and I thought maybe you can help me out. All I need is... Hey, where'd everybody go?
Oh, Babs, don't you think you better ask your father about going to that Beaux-Arts ball?
Oh, please, Mother, let me wait till tomorrow, just before it's time to leave.
Well, I don't like this idea of keeping secrets from your father.
But, Mother, if I told Daddy a week ago that Simon Vanderhopper was taking me, he'd have blown his top. He'd have made a scene every day.
Well, I suppose so. Simon's not exactly his favorite.
What's Daddy got against Simon anyway? Whenever I ask him, he says, that Simon is a boy, and I was a boy once myself. It doesn't make sense.
Makes sense to me. I knew your father is a boy.
Well, everything will be a lot more peaceful if I ask Daddy at the last minute.
Well, dear, it's only that your father's interested in your welfare. Thank goodness you're not asking for money for a new dress. That'll make him happy.
Yes. It's a lucky thing the committee decided to make it a Ragamuffin Ball.
Yes. Kind of a silly idea, though, if you ask me.
It's a divine idea. They hold one every year in the Latin Quarter in Paris, and everybody comes in rags.
Well, have you decided what you're going to wear?
Well, you know my old chiffon? Mm-hmm. It's practically in tatters now. I thought I could fix it up to make it look really awful.
Hiya, Pop. Say, how'd you make out with your friends?
Friends. I learned something today. The only friend I got is your mother. And we're not really friends because we're married.
And you said your lodge brothers
I must have asked 20 guys. They're ingrates, the whole pack of them. After the kind of a friend I've been to them. Why, I must have borrowed money from them hundreds of times.
Looks like Babs is in tough luck.
I even went to the finance company.
They wouldn't come across either?
Oh, no, they were willing. They had the papers all drawn up, too. Then they asked me to get 2 of my friends to sign for me. So I got sore, and I said, if I had even one friend who'd trust me, you think I'd be here? And for some reason, they backed out.
Well, there must be some place you can get a loan.
No, it's no use, Junior. I went everywhere, even the pawn shop. I offered them my diamond ring, my emerald stick pin, and my sapphire cufflinks. They offered me $4.
Oh, gee, the diamond ring alone cost you $4.
I give up. It looks like poor Babs will have to go to that ball without a dress. The boys won't even look at her. Is she home, Junior?
She was in her room before, looking over a bunch of dresses.
I guess the poor kid's trying to find something decent to wear. Yeah, that's what she's doing. I can see her through the window here.
Oh, look, Mother, how's this one? Well...
Oh, no, she can't wear that. There's a big hole in the middle.
Maybe it's just a bare midriff. They're wearing them that way.
Yeah, but not in the back.
Well, no, I think this one's better.
No, that's even worse.
I think you're right. This one will do. Will you fix it up for me?
Oh, sure. A few patches here and there, and it'll be perfect.
Patches. She's going to put patches on it.
Hey, mister, does the Chester A. Riley live here?
Yeah.
I got a parcel from him from the downtown clothing shop.
It's your new suit, Pop.
My new suit. I'm buying a beautiful new suit for $60, and my poor daughter has to go to a dance looking like a ragamuffin. Oh, I'm a monster. A well-dressed monster.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Ken, the Wonder Shampoo is Prel. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube.
Yes, Prell's wonderful for 2 reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly, unglamorous dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it.
Second, Prel leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo because Prel can't leave a dulling soap film. Yes, Prel awakens the youthful highlights in your hair. Leaves it radiantly lovely, radiantly soft and smooth.
You'll find that Prell tube so handy, too. No slippery bottles, no waste or spill. And a little makes mountains of lather.
So for hair radiantly clean, radiantly soft, and easy to manage, you'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo.
Buy Prell Shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Our harassed hero is under the impression that his daughter's going to wear an old shabby dress to a dance. But he doesn't know that this is actually a costume for a Ragamuffin Ball.
Now, Babs, I think it's time you told your father about the ball. He's leaving for work in a few minutes. Now, go on, dear. Get it over with.
Well, okay, I'll break it to him gradually. First, I'll say there's a Ragamuffin Ball tonight, and then about Simon taking me.
Good luck, dear. Well, life would be a lot simpler if you just had a boyfriend your father didn't despise.
I admit Simon's homely, but he's smart. Well, here goes. Daddy.
Oh, good morning, baby.
Daddy, there's something I have to tell you. It's about a dance tonight. They're having
I know all about the dance.
You know? And you don't mind?
Of course I mind. What kind of a father do you take me for? You think I like the idea of my daughter being seen in public with such a terrible look?
Oh, now, Daddy, why get all upset?
I won't let you go to a dance with a monstrosity like that. You deserve something better, Babs.
Oh, maybe so, but after all...
Don't think I didn't try to fix you up the way you deserve. I went to all the way you deserve. I went to all my friends.
Daddy, you didn't.
I begged them to help me. I even tried to borrow a real pretty one for you.
Oh, Daddy, how could you?
After all, I've got pride. If I was a girl, I'd throw that ugly-looking mess into the ash can.
Daddy, don't talk like that.
I'll talk any way I want. I'm still the boss in this... The boss. Babs, that's it. Why didn't I think of that before? I'll borrow money from the boss and buy you one.
Mother!
What is it, Babs?
It's Daddy. I I know he hates Simon, but now he's delirious. He's going to his vault to borrow money to buy me a new boyfriend.
But, Mr. Stevenson, you gotta help me out. I'm desperate. Please, boss.
I'm sorry, Riley.
All I'm asking for is an advance of $30.
I'm sorry.
$20.
Sorry?
15, and that's my last offer. Take it or leave it.
Now, look, Riley, the company's got a rule. No advances against salary.
So, that's the thanks I get. Me, the first guy who ever worked for you. Why, when I started here, all you had was an empty lot. You put the building up around me.
I know you've been loyal, but I can't authorize an advance every time that... Now, if this were an emergency...
But this is an emergency.
What kind of emergency? Do you have to pay rent? You going to be evicted?
Well,
Somebody sick in the family?
Yeah, that's it. Somebody sick.
Who's sick?
Who?
Yes, who?
Well, wait a minute. The name's right on the tip of my tongue. It's me.
Who are you trying to kid, Riley?
Oh, honest, boss, I'm a sick man. I need the money.
For an operation, I suppose.
Yeah, an operation. My appendicitis.
I've heard that one before. Now go on back to work. You look perfectly healthy to me.
But you don't understand. The attacks, they come and go. You know appendicitis, they come and go, come and go. One just came. Quick, lend me the money before I go.
Cut it out. Cut it out, will you, Riley?
Oh, the agony.
You're a pretty bad liar, but you're an even worse actor.
Okay, laugh at my agony.
Oh, go on, get out of here.
All right, I'll go, but remember, if I drop dead today, don't expect me into work tomorrow.
Oh, that Riley, what a character. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson. This is Dad Riley. Was my father in to see you?
Yes, he just left. Something wrong, Dad?
Well, Dad acted very strange this morning, and I was worried. So...
Good heavens, you mean he's really sick?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, I never saw him, so maybe he is.
So he is sick. All right, I'll try and locate him. Now, don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
5 o'clock and the dance starts at 8. I gotta get that dress for Babs. I gotta get some money. There must be somebody who'd be willing to dig down for a pal.
Hello there, pal.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I'm in a terrible spot. I need money.
Oh, I'd love to help you. But for the first time in my 20 years as an undertaker, I'm flat.
You? Broke?
Lately, business has been falling off. There's very little turnover. And what with high rent, wages, and advertising, I've got a very big underground.
You mean overhead?
I have my own system of handling figures. It's underground.
Gee, I never thought you'd go broke, Digger. Won't the bank carry you?
No. And when I think of all the people I've carried. Tomorrow I'm moving my establishment to a less expensive location.
Well, gee, won't you lose business?
Oh, no. When I move, I'm taking all my customers with me. By the way, Monday I'm having a grand opening. I'd love to have you drop in.
Well, thanks, Digger, but I don't feel in the mood for celebrating. I'm worried about my daughter, Dad.
Ah, yes. Teenage girls are a problem. Always entertaining wild whims. My youngest female child, Valkyrie, wants me to give up my business and move to Paris so she can study art.
Well, you're not going to do it.
Of course not. Valkyrie, I said, I'll never leave the USA. I love this land and the people that are in it.
My Babs is too sweet to complain. She's going to this dance in some terrible old rag. And here I just bought myself a new suit for $60. I feel like a heel.
Riley, have you worn this new suit?
No, not yet.
Then your problem is solved. Go to your tailor and return the suit. and then by your dear daughter, a cute and captivating creation.
That's right. That would solve everything. Oh, thanks, Digger. Now I'm happy again. And a minute ago I felt like crawling into a hole and never coming out.
Then you must come to our grand opening.
Oh, you bet. And good luck in your new place. Knock 'em dead.
We'll try. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
But, Mother, if Daddy's not at the plant, where can he be? I don't know. Oh, dear, I hope nothing's happened to him.
What's the matter, Mom?
Oh, you're home, Junior. It's your father. We've been all over looking for him. He disappeared from the plant, and we think he may be sick.
Huh? Why, we just here about an hour ago.
He what? How is he? Was he sick?
No, he wasn't sick.
Oh, what a relief.
He gave me $1, and I didn't even ask him.
Oh, then he is sick.
Well, he can't be. Well, he acted awful happy.
Well, what was he doing home?
Well, I don't know. He just came in for a minute and went out again.
And here we've been running all over town thinking he was sick. Well, Mr. Stevenson... Oh, thank goodness he's all right. Now, if you're going to that dance, Babs, you better get dressed.
Oh, golly, yes. Simon will be here any minute. Give me a hand, Mother.
All right, dear.
What a family. I'm the only adult in it. Oh, Pop.
Is Dad still here?
He's dressing for the dance.
Look what I got, Junior.
Hey, a brand new dress.
Yeah, $50. Ain't it gorgeous?
Where'd you get $50?
I gave back my suit.
Oh, that's tough, Pop. You won't have a nice suit to wear.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get by on my good looks. Boy, wait till Ted comes in those rags and I spring this on her.
I'll get the door.
Oh, attaboy. I gotta lay down for a minute. I'm worn out from running. Oh, this feels good.
Junior, is your father home?
Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, there you are, Riley. No, now, don't get up. Just lie there.
But, boss, what are you doing?
Don't get up. To think I actually laughed at you, and there you were, writhing in agony.
Oh, now, wait.
Oh, help me, Riley. I feel like a beast. But don't worry, I'm here to make it up to you.
You brought the money, beast? I mean... boss?
Better than that. My personal surgeon. Here's your patient, Dr. Blake.
Surgeon? Oh, no, let me up now.
You do. Now, just lie there. Fine.
But, boss, you don't understand. My appendix...
There's nothing to worry about. You'll be in good hands. Dr. Blake here is an artist with a knife.
But I don't want to be his model.
Now, we don't know that it is appendicitis.
But it's nothing. I'm okay. No more pain. All gone.
Yes, that's a typical reaction.
But I'm okay, Doctor.
What do you think, Doctor? I'd prefer to make an intensive examination at the hospital. You know, blood count.
Hospital? Oh, no, listen, I'm okay. I won't let you count my blood.
You think the hospital's best, eh, Doctor? Oh, yes, I'm all for it. Then I'm for it, too.
I veto it.
Come along, Riley.
No, wait, boss, wait. I'm okay. I lied to you this morning. I never had no pains. I lied.
Now, you're just trying to squirm out of it. You wouldn't lie and risk being fired just to borrow some money. Now, would you?
Trapped. Okay, Doctor, carry me.
Pop, you're not going to the hospital.
Junior, the boss knows best.
Oh, Riley, I didn't know you were... Oh, Mr. Stevenson.
Hello, Mrs. Riley. This is Dr. Blake.
He's a knife artist.
A doctor? What's the
Riley,
matter?
Dr. Blake's a busy man. If he's willing to operate on you, at least have the courtesy to let him.
Operate? Oh, Riley.
No, there's nothing to be alarmed about. An appendectomy isn't very serious.
Appendectomy? Riley had his appendix taken out 12 years ago.
What?
You see, boss? I told you I lied. Believe me, I wouldn't lie to you.
You mean all this? Why, you...
Please don't fire me, boss. Please don't fire me. I promise I'll...
All right. You're not fired. But if you ever again...
But now with the burn up... But, Daddy...
Vance, take off that horrible dress. There's strangers here.
But, Daddy,
Look, I bought you this beautiful dress here.
Dress?
Yeah.
For me? Oh, it's absolutely ravishing. But, Daddy, I can't wear it.
But you gotta wear it. I had my appendix out 12 years ago.
Junior, get your father an ice pack.
Daddy, I can't wear a new dress. It's a Ragamuffin Ball. Everybody's wearing legs.
But you... Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're supposed to wear rigs?
Yes, that's the whole idea.
You mean I insulted all my friends? I hocked my suits? I lied to my boss? I spoiled the doctor's whole evening? What a revolting development this is.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. Congratulations from coast to coast. That's what we're getting on Prell, the radiant cream shampoo in a handy tube. Mrs. Ethel Quain of the Bronx, New York, writes to Procter & Gamble,
One Prell shampoo revealed the shiny, resplendent loveliness of my hair. Now my hair is full of radiance. From now on, it's Prell for me.
And friends, it'll be Prell for you when you see how quickly Prell removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly soft. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo, leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Oh, honest, Riley, you can make more trouble for yourself than anybody I know. Well, you were actually ready to go to the hospital with that doctor.
No. I've gotten out of it. I'm pretty smart, you know.
If you were, you'd have gone with the doctor. He's an artist with the knife.
Oh, so what? I haven't got an appendix for him to take out.
No, but maybe he's got a brain he can put in.
Dumpling, you're cute.
remember, to prevent hunger abroad, we must conserve food. Waste nothing. Use the plentiful food. Save wheat. Save meat. Save the peace. Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Watch for William Bendix in the forthcoming Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brackett.
She was the showgirl cutie. She wowed 'em on bald-headed row. She helped her clothes keep their beauty with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. Your hands will tell you why you can keep your dresses, lingerie, and stockings glamorous longer with wonderful ivory snow. Prove it. This week, wash dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it'll pamper nice things. There's no other soap like it. Because Ivory Snow is positively the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. It bursts into suds in lukewarm, even in cool water. Remember, your hands will tell you why. Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons, dainty lingerie, and other nice washables.
Oh, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Alka-Seltzer are proud to bring you those two lovable old radio friends of yours, Lum and Abner. wonder how many of you folks who are listening to Lum and Abner tonight have had a busy day today. Well, you know what to do when you feel tired out, headachy, and a little upset at the end of any day? That's the time to take a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer and see how much better it makes you feel. Listen, Dad, don't you occasionally come home from work feeling physically fagged out and sometimes short-tempered? And you, Mother, when you've had a hard day at home with all the housework, or when the children have been unusually trying, don't you feel tired out, headachy, and pretty much out of sorts? Well, why continue to feel all in and upset when Alka-Seltzer can bring such prompt, pleasant relief? Just try it and see how it helps. When you drink a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer, it offers you the relief you want for tired, aching muscles and that dull headache. It also gives you the alkalizer you need to settle that upset stomach due to acid indigestion. Now, what's more, the alkalizer in Alka-Seltzer actually helps speed recovery from the fatigue itself. So be wise, won't you? The next time you feel fagged out and upset, drink a refreshing glass of Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast. Yes, sir, you just try it and see. Get a package of those analgesic alkalizing tablets from your druggist tonight or tomorrow, sure. And now, we take you to Pine Ridge. Well, when we left our old friends down in Pine Ridge Tuesday, Lum and Abner had just closed a deal with Cedric Weehunt, selling him an interest in the Jot and Down store for $23. The money to be used in buying new merchandise. As we look in on the little community today, Lum is out trying to collect some of their past due accounts, and we find Cedric over at the store talking with Abner. Listen.
All I know is you're supposed to give me a $23 interest in the store here and a due bill for $50.
I told you 1,000 times, Cedric, you sold that due bill for $35 and that paid you back.
And I'm supposed to be a vice president, too.
Well, you would have been if you hadn't sold your due bill. We had to put out $50 worth of groceries just for that $23 we got from you. You made $12 on the deal.
Yeah, but Liz Bates paid me that. You fellas never.
Well, talk to Lum about it. I explained it every way. Oh, my goodness. Who's that Squire Stimp's carrying in here?
Must have been an accident, son.
Run, get a bucket of water quick, Cedric. Well, what's the matter, Squire? What happened?
Not a thing, Edward. Now, don't get excited.
Did the fella faint? Bring him right on back here and stretch him out on the counter.
Well, there's nothing wrong, Edward. This is just a clothes dummy that I brought over to sell you. Who, Mr. Squire? Yeah, wait a minute. Let me set him up here. It's a clothes dummy to display clothes on.
Oh, swan to goodness. Looked like a sure enough human you was carrying in here.
Well, it is an exceptionally fine piece of work. I bought it out of a bankrupt stock of merchandise at the county seat a while back.
Well, I do know. What do you take fine?
Oh, I don't know, Abner. Well, I haven't got any use for it particularly. It would be just like parting with one of the family to sell it. Oh, I see his eyes and mustache just painted on there, ain't they?
Favor somebody that I know, but I can't think who.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Abner. I'll make you a price of $15 on him.
Well, we ain't got the money, Squire. I don't believe we can afford him. He has got a friendly face, though. I wish I could think who it is he puts me in mind of.
He's a dressed-up sort of fellow, I'll say that for him. Hey, it's a suit alone is worth what I'm asking for him. It'd be nice to display merchandise on here, Abner. Oh, for good gracious.
I notice I know who it is. A spitting image of him, too. Mr. Dilbeck, that's who he is.
Mr. Dilbeck?
Yeah, you never did know him, Cedric. He was a cashier in there at the bank at the county seat. I just thought the world and all of him. Awful fine man. I'm doggies, if I had the money, I'd buy him, Squire. Be just like having Mr. Dilbeck around. He never did have much to say neither.
I thought you sold Cedric an interest in the store here the other day for some cash, hadn't you?
Oh, well, Lum's done spent that. We went in the county seat yesterday. Instead of buying potatoes and flour and stuff we was needing, spent the whole $23 for carrots and lettuce, just because he could get a good price on it.
Why, everybody's got their own vegetables this time of the year, haven't they?
Why, sure they have. Stuff will sit right here and spoil. I'd rather have Mr. Dilbeck and all that green stuff.
Well, I'd like to sell him to you, Abner.
Oh, I'd love to have him the worst way. I can see him standing in that bank window just as plain. Just like this feller. His expression never changed. Try to borrow money, he'd just shake his head no. Never batted eye.
Billy, what'll do, Abner? Mrs. Skimp is very anxious that I dispose of him. In fact, I have strict orders not to bring him home with me.
What's wrong with him?
Oh, it's nothing against him personally. That is, see, we have no place to keep him except in the parlor. And he's eternally scaring Miss Skimp to death.
Well, what does he do, Mr. Squire?
Well, naturally, she walks into the room not expecting anybody to be there, and catches a glimpse of him and faints before she has time to reason out who it is. The whole thing came to a head this morning when she dropped a whole bowl of goldfish. She gave me orders to get him out and keep him out.
He went too far, huh?
Now, for that reason, I'm willing to make the sacrifice. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take $10 in trade here in the store for him, Abner.
$10. Doggies, I hate to try to beat the price down on as fine a land as Mr. Dilbeck, but that's just more than we can afford, Squire. I'll give you $5 in trade for him. That's the best I can do.
Well, you're a hard trader, Abner. But I'm going to take it. It's a deal.
All right, just put her right there.
In fact, before I'd carry him back down that main street and take all the slurring remarks that I had to on the way over here, I'd give him away.
Slurring remarks?
It's everybody trying to josh me. That nose moose stepped out of the barber shop with that comb in his hair and that razor in his hand and wanted to know where I was going to bury the body.
Down for that mole.
And Grandpappy Spears hollered at me as I passed by there and wanted to know if he could have the next waltz with me.
That old Grandpap can dance, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just glad to get him. He'll be a lot of company here in the store. You want to take the groceries with you now, Squire?
No, I guess it'd be better if I got Mrs. Skimp to make out a list of stuff she needs, Abner. Tell you, I'll run over there right now and then be back after a little.
All right, Squire, and much obliged for the deal.
Not at all, Abner, not at all. If you hadn't traded for him, I was going to throw him in the mill pond. Well, I'll see you later.
All right. Mill pond. I'm proud I got you, Mr. Dilbeck. I saved your life, that's what I done.
That's the prettiest suit of clothes he's got on I ever seen.
Yeah, would be if it weren't so sun-faded, and if you like checks. I believe I'll just take that home with me tonight and get Elizabeth to iron it good for me. He always looks so nice there in the bank. I just can't stand to see him looking so shabby. I put some overalls on him so he won't get cold here tonight. That's what I'll do.
Wait a minute, there comes Mr. Lum. I'll find out about that vice president business. Howdy, Mr. Lum.
Oh, come in, Lum.
Morning.
Lum, I want you to meet Mr. Dilbeck.
Now, how do you do, Mr. What is that?
Don't you know him? You recollect Mr. Dilbeck that worked there in the bank at the county seat?
Where did this thing come from?
Oh,
Mr. Abner bought it from Mr. Squire.
Bought it?
Well, I traded him $5 worth of groceries for it, Lum.
Oh, swan to goodness, Abner. You ought to have a guardian. What do we need with a clothes dummy?
Why did display clothes on and suits and overalls such as that? Looks more like the up-to-date store with him standing around here, banking feller.
Oh, I'll be dead blamed. Here I've been out all morning trying to collect money, and you sitting around the store here doing your best to spend it.
I just give $5 for him, Lum.
Well, if we don't get some money collected in here, we may as well just close them front doors. Plenty of folks around here owing it.
Wait a minute. There goes their receipt truck across the street there, Lum. He's owing us some money. Have you saw him here?
No, I was over at his place and he weren't there. Now, there is a fellow that ought to pay, too. Owes us $54.
All right, doggies, let me run out there and catch him. I'll collect it or mop up that street with him. $54, you say, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Henry, just a minute.
Oh, then if he collects that, I'll take my hat off to him. Also, this store's in bad financial shape, Cedric.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Lum. What about that $23 I gave you?
Are you on that again, Cedric? I told you we don't owe you no $23.
Well, that's what I give you anyway.
Yeah, you had a $23 interest in the store, and we give you a due bill for $50, so in case you got nervous about your invest, you could sell it and get your money back. And you sold it to Miss Bates for $35. Yeah, but you fellas never give me no money. Miss Bates did. Give you $35. Well, I'm going to tell my pa about it and see what he says. Now, don't do that, Cedric. You know how high-strung he is. He'll think we beat you out of some money and you come over here and start a fight with us. Him working around them horses, shoeing them all, and we ain't fit to fighting. I'd rather just give you interest in the store rather than have any hard feelings. Well, that's better. Am I still a vice president, too? I reckon so. I don't care what you ask. I know if all of us start trying to live out of this store here, we'll be bankrupted in a week's time. And turn that dummy around. Standing there staring at me to where I don't know what I'm saying, hardly. Those are the wildest looking eyes I ever seen. And they won't stop looking at you. Staring at me to where I'm feared to raise my eyes. Mr. Abner seems to think the world all of him. Yeah, he ought to have better sense than to trade for him. As long as he's done it, I reckon it's all right. He's always got to have a pet of some kind around here. That's better than having a cat or something we'd have to feed. Hard up as we are. There he is, back already. Granny, he must have cracked it to the way he's running. Did you crack the bill?
I told you I'd get it, Mom. That's blooming.
Well, good for you. Granny, that's nice work, Abner. With $54, we can get a lot of the stuff we're needing.
Yeah, well, he never had the cash money to give me, Mom. But I got the best of the deal.
Well, good.
We're getting 10 pairs of rabbits and a mule.
I'll be dead blamed. 10 pairs of rabbits and a mule.
Yeah. How's that for swapping, Mr. Dilbeck?
I've got a special idea for all you thousands of Lum and Abner fans who use Alka-Seltzer. It's a fitzy little idea for you to remember in buying your Alka-Seltzer tablets. Have you ever thought about purchasing one small package and one large package from your druggist, both at the same time? Well, there's a good reason for it. You can keep the large package at home, where there's more room in the medicine cabinet, and carry the small one with you, in the glove compartment of the car, or in your lunchbox or your grip. Then you can refill the small bottle from the large one for economy. You see, you'll get more than 3 times as many tablets of Alka-Seltzer in the family-size package for just twice the cost. So you save better than 33 1/3%. And besides, it's nice to have a small bottle for convenience and carrying Alka-Seltzer along with you. So remember, be smart, do 50, and you'll surely be wise if you buy Alka-Seltzer in both large and small size. Be sure to listen to Lum and Abner tomorrow night at the same time. Lum and Abner are now on the air every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday evening at 7:15 p.m. over this station. Lou Crosby speaking. See you tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the Amos and Andy Christmas Show, brought to you by Rinso, the only soap that contains Solium. On this Christmas Eve, Reaver Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso with Solium, again brings you the Amos and Andy Christmas Show. And now, here they are with their Christmas cast and Jeff Alexander and his orchestra and chorus, radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy.
It's the day before Christmas. Morning crowds are milling about Lenox Avenue in Harlem, doing their last-minute shopping. Andy is out with Amos's little girl, Arbadella, on their annual Christmas tour of the department store windows. Right now, they're looking at a little doll in one of the windows.
Yeah, that sure is a pretty doll, Arbadella.
Yes, that's the one I wrote and asked Santa Claus to bring me. But Daddy said I wrote the letter too late. You see, I only wrote it 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, maybe your papa ain't got the money. That ain't giving Santa Claus much time. You gotta write him before that.
Isn't she pretty, though, Uncle Andy? Daddy said Santa Claus would bring her to me next Christmas.
Oh, sure. You see, that'll give him more time.
We're having a good time today, ain't we, Uncle Andy?
Yeah.
I like being out with you.
Yeah, and I like being out with you, too, Arbadella. But I guess we gotta be getting on home now.
Do you think Mommy and Daddy will be home yet?
Oh, sure. They said they'd be home at noon.
Uncle Andy, let me just look at the doll once more.
Oh, sure, honey.
She's beautiful. She's a talking doll, too.
Yeah, talking doll. There's the best ones, all right.
That sure is a pretty dress she's got on. But when Santa Claus brings her to me next year, I'm going to make her a lot more pretty dresses. Pink ones. I can hardly wait till next Christmas. It's only a year.
Miss Andy, you sure got a lot of Christmas presents here to wrap up.
Yeah, Lightning, I want to get them all wrapped up now, so I ain't got to do it this afternoon or tonight.
Now, what has you got in this box here, Miss Andy?
Well, go ahead, look at it. Just some handkerchiefs that I'm going to give that gal friend of mine, Evelyn Bennett.
Evelyn Bennett?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Miss Andy. These has the letter C broidered in the corner.
Yeah, well, last year I was going to give them to that gal Carmen that I was going with, but we busted up.
Well, with the letter C on there, I don't see how you can give them to Evelyn Bennett.
Well, I thought of that, too. So for the last 3 days, I've been calling her Cookie.
Look out, Miss Andy. Here comes the Kingfish, Miss Van Porter.
Yeah, come in, fellas, come in.
Well, hello there, Andy. Legend, Merry Christmas, fellas.
Well, boys, how are you?
Well, see you wrapping all your Christmas presents, Andy. Anytime you want me to turn my back and not look, just say the word.
Yeah, well, I ain't bought you a present, Kingfish.
Oh, you ain't got around to it yet, huh? Well, don't worry about it, Brother Andy. You still got time. You know, me and my wife was talking about the same thing just this morning. She said to me, George, do you think any of your friends is going to give you that bathrobe you got in the corner window at the Globe department store? And I say, honey, you mean the blue one with the red sash around? She say, yeah, you know, it's marked $3.95. And I say, that's the one size 40, yeah. Funny thing how me and my wife talks back and forth, ain't it?
Yes, and you could use a new bathrobe, Kingfish. That one you greeted me in yesterday certainly was a mess.
Yeah, it was.
You shook hands with me right through the pocket.
Yeah, by the way, Andy, I just thought of something. Tell me this. How big is that door at your boarding house?
Why?
Well, I'm coming up to see you tomorrow morning with a pretty big package. Well, if I can't get it in there, though, we can always take the door off the hinges and get the thing in there for you.
Yeah. You know, this is kind of embarrassing because I is broke and I can't afford to buy nothing for you.
Nothing at all?
That's right. Say, what time you expect to be up with that big package?
Well, on second thought, I might not be as early as I expected to be.
Well, I'll be there all morning.
Well, don't wait for me, Andy. You see, I got a lot of packages to deliver. I might not get around to you till February or March.
Yeah, I know there'd be something like that.
Miss Andy, I've been trying to wrap one of these packages here. This is a hard one.
My, what in the world is that?
Oh, that's a little toy automobile. I got that for Amos Jr. You wind it up, it scoots around the floor, backs up and everything. Hey, wait a minute, I'll show you.
Well, see that. Well, look at that thing go, will you?
Say, that is the cutest thing I'd ever see.
Yeah. You see the way the thing went around the corner there and everything?
Well, look at here, will you? It's even got a license number.
Yeah, let me have it, Henry. I want to shoot it around the floor again myself.
Well, I can wind it myself, Kingfish.
Well, wait a minute. Let me do it, Henry. I asked you for it.
Yes, but I picked it up first.
Well, now, wait a minute here.
Now, don't break it, fellas.
Yeah,
don't break
it. Wait a hand again. I'll work the thing.
Kingfish, I'm going to work it. Let's not be childish about this.
All right. But I'm next on the thing.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, fellas. Hold it. I'm going to put it back in the box now before it gets broke. And I got things to do around here, too. You children better run along home now.
Yeah, by the way, you coming over to the gathering at the lodge hall this afternoon, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there. Looking forward to that thing.
Oh, yeah, you know, all the boys is getting together over there. The Christmas spirit, gonna have refreshments, slap everybody on the back, all that stuff. Have a little present for each member, too.
Yes, the whole gang's going to be there. See you then, Andy.
Well, come on, Henry. Let's go. So long, Andy.
Yes, good day, Andy, my friend. And may the Yuletide season bring you much Noel. And besides that, a very Merry Christmas.
Miss Andy, I am wrapping this package of colored crayons that you bought for Arbadella.
Yeah, wrap that up. This ain't much of a gift to give a kid, is it?
Well, it ain't bad, Miss Andy.
She might not even like crayons. I don't know.
Yeah, but she might and she might not. After all, you don't know what she likes.
The funny part of it is, Lighton, I do know what she likes.
Well, even if you do know, it don't make no difference because you is broke. You ain't got no money to buy nothing more.
Yeah, that's what's troubling me. I is broke. I ain't got a cent. Say, Lighton, what time is it?
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I got an idea. I think I'm going to walk down to that department store on the corner. I'll see you later. Did you want to see me? I guess so. Is you the gentleman to do the hiring here for the department store? That's right. My name is Simmons. Yeah, well, I was wondering if you need any extra sales help here for the last-minute rush this afternoon. I would work hard. Well, we did need extra help up until this morning, but I think we can get through the rest of the day with the salespeople we have. Oh, well, thanks just the same, Mister. Oh, well, wait just a minute. Oh, yes, sir. Maybe you can do it. What's that? Well, one of our Santa Claus's helpers was called home. His wife was taken ill suddenly, and we could use somebody to take his place. You think you could do it? Be Santa Claus's helper? That's right. Well, I ain't never done it before, but... sure, I can do it. Fine. Now, if you'll come down to the 4th floor, I'll give you your Santa Claus suit and whiskers and tell you just what you're supposed to do. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, Mr. Brown, the Santa Claus suit seems to fit you very well. Yes, sir. That's all right. Here's your seat right here. Yeah. You just have the children to come up one at a time, and if you run into any difficulties of any kind, just call the floor walker. Yes, sir. If I have any trouble, I'll call the floor walker. Well, good luck, Santa. Yeah. Well, I'll get started. All right, Sonny, you was first. Come right up here and sit on Santa Claus's lap. That's the boy. Now, tell Santa Claus, what you want for Christmas?
I want a jet-propelled plane and a tank.
A jet-propelled plane and a tank. What's your name, Sonny?
Oliver Smith.
Yeah, well, Oliver Smith, huh? Is you done been a good boy all year?
Yes.
I could have seen that, but I ain't messing you. Yeah, you is a nice little fella. I bet you drinks up all of your milk at every meal, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
You drink part of it, though, don't you?
No, I don't drink none of it.
None of it, huh?
No, and I ain't never gonna drink none of it either.
Old floor walker. Can you come over here, floor walker?
If Santa Claus brings me the jet plane and the tank, I'll drink my milk.
Never mind, floor walker. That's a good little boy, Oliver. You just hang up your stocking and everything's going to be all right.
Okay, thank you, Santa Claus.
You're welcome.
Am I next?
Yeah, you was next. My, what a nice little girl. Sit right here on my knee. Now, tell me, what is your name?
Henrietta Lewis.
Well, that's a pretty name, too. And that's a pretty little dress you got on there, too.
My mother made for me. See the ribbon?
Yeah, that's good, all right. Henrietta, you was one of the sweetest little girls I done ever see. Now, tell me, what do you want for Christmas?
A football.
Football?
Yes, and some boxing gloves and a drum.
Boxing gloves and a drum? Well, wait a minute here. What does a little girl like you want with them things?
Oh, I don't want them for myself.
Oh, well, who does you want them for?
My little brother.
Your brother?
You see, he's sick in bed and he couldn't come down here.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
I just wanted to make sure he gets a present.
Well, now, that sure is sweet of you, Henrietta. And I can tell you right now that Santa Claus is going to take care of him.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, honey. All right, who's next?
Oh, hello, Santa Claus. Hello there, Santa Claus.
Well, Gabby Gibson, what are you doing here in the toy department?
Just came up to get my new girl a present.
In the toy department?
Yeah, she got the mentality of an 8-year-old child.
Oh, listen, Gabby.
But seriously, Andy, I'm just out Christmas shopping.
Yeah, well, look. On that table over there, they got some dolls that when you squeeze them, they say, Mama.
That ain't nothing. I go around with one, and when I squeeze her, she says, lovely, lovely.
Well, who is the next one now?
Hey, quit shoving you. I'm next.
Hey, no fighting there, boys, now. No fighting.
Oh, I tried to push it ahead of me. I'm next. Ain't I, Santa Claus?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah, Sonny, sure. What's your name?
Percy Carter.
Percy, huh? And what do you want for Christmas?
A machine gun. Do I get it?
Well, I'll see what I can do about it and all that stuff.
I want a wallet, too, with a picture of Humphrey Bogart in it.
Yeah, well, I'll work on that, too. Who's next?
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't through yet, Santa Claus. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, well, what is it, Percy?
Last year, I asked you for a pair of skates, and I didn't get them. What goes?
Well, you got a lot of other stuff, though, didn't you?
Yeah, a necktie, some socks, and a couple of handkerchiefs. Who wants that stuff?
Yeah, well, better luck this year. All right, who's next?
Wait a minute, I got more stuff to ask you.
Yeah.
Tell me something, Bud. In that workshop up north where Santa Claus makes all his toys.
Yeah, what about it?
What kind of country is that?
Oh, country? Well, it's just nothing but ice and snow and ice and all stuff like that.
No trees and nothing.
No, just ice and snow.
Then where does Santa Claus get the apples and oranges and bananas he puts in the stockings every Christmas?
Well, floor walker. Say, floor walker.
Oh, forget it.
All right. Who's next?
Thanks, I am Santa Claus.
Oh, step right up, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
Jimmy Watson.
And what is it?
A baseball glove, a punching bag, a basketball, a watercolor set, a ring toss, a fountain pen, a Mickey Mouse wrist strike, a cowboy suit, a telegraph set, a bicycle bell, a flashlight, and a baby sister.
You want a baby sister?
Yes. How can I get one?
Oh, floor walker. Well, you look a little worn out, Mr. Brown. Yeah, I is a little tired, all right. I ain't never talked to so many kids in all my life. Gee, they is cute, though.
You did very, very well. All the children seemed very happy, and the parents were just standing there beaming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We certainly appreciated having you here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. I enjoyed it, too. And, of course, like I told you when I made the deal with you, I've done it for a special reason.
Yes. And here it is, Mr. Brown. I had the stock boy take it out of the window. The talking doll.
It's Christmas Eve. Andy has just arrived at Amos's with an armful of packages.
Well, come in, son. You look like Santa Claus with all that stuff.
Yeah, how is it, boy? Boy, that tree looks good. Let me lay these packages down here on the floor.
Yeah, put them down there. You're making the rounds, huh?
Yeah, making the rounds, spreading good cheer. Boy, that is a pretty tree. You got a lot of lights on there, too.
Yeah, well, we just decorated that tonight. Reuben and Mama is going out to make take a few things to some poor people that they heard about in town.
Yeah.
They'll be gone about an hour.
Yeah, well, that's good, yeah.
Say, Andy, why wasn't you over with the fellas at the lodge this afternoon? Everybody was looking for you. It was a swell party.
Yeah, well, I must have clean forgot about that. Well, Amos, I'll leave these packages here.
Wait a minute, not all of them.
Yeah. Here's one for Ruby. Here's one for her mama.
Oh, Andy.
Here's one for you. And there's a little toy auto for Amos Jr.
Oh, gee, Andy.
And here's a package for Arbadella. And look here. Be sure and tell her that this one is from Santa Claus.
Gee, that's a nice-looking package there for her, all right.
Oh, just a little something I picked up.
Well, you certainly is Santa Claus this year, boy.
Well, that's nothing. I seen a lot of stuff over at my place from your house.
Well, like I told you, Andy, it ain't much, but we want you to know that we love you and we're thinking about you.
Oh, listen, Amos. I feel better this Christmas than I ever felt. By the way, when are you going to open up your packages?
All the kids get up early, and we all get up and start early Christmas morning. And now, don't forget, you promised that you're going to be here for Christmas dinner.
Oh, yeah. That show is nice of you, too, because the other two dinners I was figuring on going to didn't work out so good.
Yeah. Well, we want you here, Andy, so count on it now.
Yeah, well, that's swell. Well, I got to get going, son. Got to drop in on 2-3 people, say hello to them.
Well, okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, and thanks a lot for the present. It sure was nice of you.
Oh, nothing at all. Say Merry Christmas to Ruby and her mama for me, and the kids.
Yeah, going back with Arbadella now.
Okay, so long, Amos.
So long, Andy. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord. Well, honey, I see you's right in bed there.
Uh-huh. Daddy, can I turn on the little radio for a minute before I go to sleep?
Well, just for a minute or two, darling. I'll snap it on for you. There he is. Now we let it warm up a few seconds. We don't want to wake up baby.
Oh, music never wakes him up, Daddy.
Well, let me straighten your covers out a little bit. Did you say your prayers, honey?
Mommy heard my prayers before she went out, Daddy.
The Christmas choir continues with the Lord's Prayer.
Well, now get under the covers, honey.
Daddy, could you get some Christmas music on the radio?
Why, darling, this is the very best Christmas music you could get. There's going to sing the Lord's Prayer.
I've been saying the Lord's Prayer with Mommy. She's been teaching it to me.
I know she is.
What does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
It means an awful lot, and with the world like it is today, it seems to have a bigger meaning than ever before.
But what does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
The Lord's Prayer? Well, darling, I'll explain it to you.
Oh, will you, Daddy?
Now, you lay down and you listen.
All right.
Now, the first line of the Lord's Prayer is this. Our Father, which art in heaven, that means Father of all that is good, where no wrong can dwell. And then it says, hallowed be thy name. That means, darling, that we should love and respect all that is good.
Oh.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. That means, darling, as we clean our hearts of all hate and selfishness and fill our hearts with love, the good, the true, and the beautiful, then earth will be like heaven.
That would be wonderful, Daddy.
Give us this day our daily bread. That means to feed our hearts and minds with kindness, love, and courage, which will make us strong for our daily task.
I see.
And after that, the next line says, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. You remember the golden rule, honey?
Yes, Daddy.
Well, that means that we must keep the golden rule and do unto others as we would want others to do unto us.
Oh.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. That means, my darling, to ask God to help us do and see and think right so that we will neither be led or tempted by anything that's bad. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. That means, darling, all the world and everything that's in it belongs to God's kingdom. Everything. Your mommy, your daddy, your little brother, your grandma, you and everybody. And as we know that and act as if we know it, that, my dear girl, is the real spirit of Christmas.
That's good, Daddy.
Well, now I guess I ought to cut off the radio so you can go to sleep.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetheart.
Daddy, will you leave the radio on while I go to sleep?
All right, I'll leave it on and you can listen to the Christmas music. Well, she's asleep. Merry Christmas, my darling.
Here again are Amos and Andy.
Friends, on behalf of our sponsors, Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso, and everybody here, we want to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
You know, folks, there's a wonderful thing about this Christmas spirit. It seems to bring people closer together. And it's around this time of the year that we feel particularly close to you folks out there that's been listening to us.
And so, folks, from a couple of very grateful fellas, we sincerely wish you a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Good night, folks.
When you're baking fry, or your cake and pie, it's your shortening by. Rely on Fry.
Yes, rely on the Spry way for all your holiday baking and frying, and watch your family beam. Pure all-vegetable Spry shortening just naturally means tender, flaky pastry, lighter, richer flavored cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods.
And now, a Merry Christmas to you all from the makers of Spry. S-P-R-Y. Friends, when you're cooking that good turkey or chicken tomorrow, don't forget to save every drop of waste fat. You know, there's a worldwide shortage of the fats and oils needed to make soap, woolens, tires, and hundreds of other things we all want. So please salvage all the waste kitchen fat possible. Keep it in a tin can, and when the can is full, rush it to your meat dealer. He'll pay you substantially more for it now. Remember, your waste kitchen fat is urgently needed. Be sure to be with us next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso, will again present the Amos and Andy Show. This is Carlton Cadell saying good night and a Merry Christmas to all of you from all of us.
The Amos and Andy program is rebroadcast to our armed forces all over the world through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Their guests, the Arkansas traveler Bob Burns, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, the Burnses are getting ready to leave for New York to entertain the soldiers in some of our Eastern Army camps. Right now, they're in the middle of packing, and suitcases are scattered everywhere. In fact, George hasn't seen so many bags since the last meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Gracie, we're only going to be in New York 3 weeks. Do we need all these suitcases?
Yes, dear. Now, this little bag has things we'll need on the train, like toothbrushes, your razor, my cold cream and perfume, your long underwear, my hand lotion.
Wait a minute. I won't need my long underwear on the train.
Oh, well, I just put that on top so the bottles won't rattle around and get broken.
Look, honey, I'll be embarrassed. Every time we want to get something out of the bag, we'll have to drag out my long underwear.
No, we won't. Your underwear has the cutest little door right in the back.
Never mind. Gracie, the long underwear, out. Take it out.
Out?
Out. Now, what did you pack in the trunk?
Oh, let's see now. In the trunk, I have your suit, my dresses, Blanche Morton's trombone, your shoes.
Blanche Morton's trombone?
Yes.
We're taking that to New York?
Uh-huh. Blanche gave it to me along with a book of instructions.
Oh, fine.
I can't sleep on the train anyway, so at night I'll just practice on the trombone. And envy all you lucky people who can sleep.
Oh, yes. I must thank Blanche for that.
Oh, don't thank Blanche. Thank her husband. He made her get rid of it. It almost gave him pneumonia.
How could a trombone give pneumonia?
Well, Blanche likes to practice in bed, and when she stretches it out, it keeps pushing the covers off him.
The trombone comes out of the bag.
Out?
Out.
Oh, my darling little ducky. Are you happy you're going to New York, Herman? Well, that's nice. You've never been on a train before, Herman. How do you think you'll sleep? Well, I hope you do. We'll fix a nice little bed for you in the baggage car. You sleep in the baggage car. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But there are only 2 berths. I sleep in one and your daddy sleeps... Oh, George.
Oh, no, I don't sleep in the baggage car. Shouldn't take that silly duck with us anyway. Go on.
Boy! Now come upstairs with me, Herman. I'll pack your rubber fish.
Yeah, go on. I'd like to see that Don Duck ride in the dining car. Under a blanket of wild rice and sweet potatoes.
Hiya, George. Boy, the suitcase is heavy.
Phew, say. What have you got in there?
Well, just a pair of socks.
That's a pair of socks?
Well, that's all the clothes. Then there's 489 bars of Swan, the new white floating soap. It's purer than the finest Castiles, the regular Suds and Whiz, George.
Bill, I'm sure they have Swan soap in New York.
Oh, well, you see, I'm leaving most of it in Missouri.
Missouri?
Well, you see, Missouri is the show-me state, so I've arranged to show 'em. When we get to Kansas City, we'll be met by 6 beautiful girls carrying 6 beautiful dishpans of warm water.
Oh, no.
Now, quick as a flash, I drop a bar of Swan into each pan. And I invite the passers-by to step up and wash their dishes.
Oh, yes. Everybody in Kansas City carries dirty dishes with them.
Well, now, George...
Can't walk down the street without bumping into a fellow with a casserole on his head.
George...
You feel naked unless you've got a soup plate under your arm.
Well, you see, George, I've arranged for that. Ben Bart, who runs the cafe across from the station, is sending the dishpans and the dishes. So then we show him how great Swan is for washing the dishes. Show him how it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And tell him that since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands. So it's great for every soap and water job in the house.
Look, the demonstration is out. We won't have time to get off the train in Kansas City.
Oh, George. Gee, Ben Barth will bring all those pans down from his cafe. You don't want old Ben to be left there holding his pans up.
Bill, you're not taking 489 bars of Swan to New York.
Well, okay, George. Oh, listen, I've got it. We'll break them all in 2 and you can take half. Swan breaks in 2 with an easy twist of the wrist, you know. So you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Look, Bill.
Oh, hello, Bill. Oh, will you drop by and pick up Tootsie Sagwell's suitcases? She's all packed.
Tootsie, is she going with us?
Oh, sure. When she heard that we were going around to army camps to entertain the soldiers, you couldn't hold Tootsie back.
I wonder what those soldiers will think when they see Tootsie.
They'll think Sherman was right. See you later.
Well, this trip is getting more and more uninteresting. Well, that's probably Bill again with more soap. You talk to him, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you feeling today?
Solid, Mrs. Burns, solid. My doll and I went to the Palladium last night to frolic with the rest of the cats.
Really?
Yes, now I'm a hepjack from way back.
Well, I'm certainly surprised. I've never thought of you as a jitterbug.
Oh, I've got rhythm. Mr. Fine, I find.
Well, that's very pretty.
Thank you.
Well, have you got any mail for me this morning?
Yes, there's a letter here for your husband. I guess it's a fan letter. It's addressed to Mr. Burns, the radio comedian.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
George will be thrilled to get a fan letter. I was when I got my first one. Oh, George! I guess he's busy. I'll open it and see what it says. Van Buren, Arkansas. Dear Mr. Burns, I have sold an egg and a pound of butter from the farm, and it bring me enough money to come to California. When I get there, we will be married. A 20-year engagement is long enough. Yours very true, Zelda Swineley. Zelda, engaged? Why? The nerve of that George Burns. All the time he's been married to me, he's been going steady. Why, if I thought for 1 minute...
Well, sweetheart, we're all set for New York, honey. Everything is packed.
Don't you honey me, you wolf.
Huh? What?
Now, I know all about you and Zelda Swineley.
Zelda Swineley? I never heard of her.
Oh, how can you lie like that? I have a letter from her right here. She says she's coming to California to marry you.
To marry me? Zelda Swineley?
Oh, let me tell you something, George Burns. You are a beast. If I had to do over again, I wouldn't marry you if my life depended on it. You're the worst husband in the whole world. And if that Zelda Swineley thinks I'm going to give you up without a fight, she's crazy.
This is Paul White. A A dozen years ago, everyone was singing a tune called As Time Goes By. And now it's the theme song of Warner Brothers' great picture, Casablanca. And everyone's singing it again, including the 6 hits in the mix.
You must remember this, a kiss is still a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you, on that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date, heart full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man and man must have his mate, that no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
Gracie, won't you listen? I'm telling you for the 50th time, I don't know any Zelda Swinley.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
I don't.
You do, too.
Gracie, I give you my word of honor. I swear I don't know Zelda Swinley.
Honest?
Honest.
You do, too.
Oh. Gracie, I'm telling you.
No use, George. We've come to the parting of the ways. I'm leaving your bread and beard, or whatever they call it.
Gracie, if you
no,
only...
George, no, this is the end. I'm going up to my room. Oh, by the way, here's the letter from your girlfriend. I opened it by mistake. Goodbye, George.
Gracie, would you please? Well, say, wait a minute. This letter is postmarked Van Buren, Arkansas. This is Bob Burns. Gracie! Oh, Gracie! No, she wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm going over and get that Bob Burns and have him straighten this out.
Well, if it ain't my old friend George Burns.
Gee, I'm glad you're home, Bob.
Come on in, George. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm in trouble, Bob. Gracie thinks another woman wants to marry me.
Oh, doggone if that ain't the funniest thing I ever heard. Now, if that was me the gal was after.
It is you.
Huh?
Yeah, she got our names mixed up. She's after you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is serious.
I thought you'd change your tune.
Who is this here misguided female, George?
Her name is Zelda Swinley.
Zelda Swinley? Gosh, I ain't thought of her in years.
Oh, then you know her, huh?
Yeah. Zelda come from one of the finest families in Van Buren. Her mama was a social climber. She was always holding coming-out parties for Zelda. I remember Zelda come out 3 times, but public opinion always forced her back in.
Bob, all I want to know is, were you engaged to Zelda Swinley?
Well, now, there was a kind of a romantic custom down home. You know, during huckleberry season, everybody went out picking, and if a fella dropped a huckleberry in a girl's bucket, that meant they was engaged.
Well, what I want to know is,
Bob... but I was pretty sophisticated in them days, and, well, I was what you might call Van Buren's Adolph Monju. You know, I was the only one in town that ever done much traveling. You see, one cold winter morning, my hands froze while I was milking the cow. And you know, that cow run away and dragged me clean to the outskirts of Little Rock.
All the way to Little Rock, huh?
Oh, I've traveled all over the country that way.
Now, Bob.
That's the truth, George. Why, to this day, I don't feel at home on a streetcar unless I'm hanging on 4 straps.
Look, Bob, what about Zelda Swineley?
Now, about Zelda. I figured a man of the world like me didn't have to pay no attention to that romantic custom, so I went right ahead and dropped a huckleberry in her bucket anyhow. That's all there ever was between us.
Well, okay. Now listen to me. Gracie thinks Zelda is my girl, and you've got to come over and straighten me out.
Well, gosh, George, why didn't you say so sooner? You've just been standing there like a dummy.
Yeah, I'm a big tongue-tied dope. Well, get your hat, Bob. Poor Gracie is probably having hysterics by now all alone in that house.
So he's back again, has he? Well, yes, miss?
Is this here the place where Mr. Burns lives at?
Well, yes. Won't you come in?
Well, I guess I'd better introduce myself to you, ma'am. My name is Zelda Swineley. You see,
yes. I know who you are. You are the other woman.
No, I ain't, lady. I'm me.
I mean that you and I are rivals, Zelda. You see, we both want the same man.
You mean you're fixing to marry Mr. Burns, too?
Oh, I'm not fixing. I'm fixed.
Now, let me get this straight. Are you trying to tell me you're already married to that low-down skunk?
Please, Zelda. You're speaking of the skunk I love.
Maybe so, ma'am, but I seen him first.
Well, you may have seen him first, but I'm married to him. Won't you give him up, Zelda?
No, ma'am. I made up my mind to marry Robin, and you can't talk me out of it.
Robin? Well, my husband's name is George.
Isn't your husband the fella on the radio they call Bob Burns?
Oh, my goodness, no. We're talking about 2 different people. Oh, I'll certainly have to apologize to George. How could I think that another woman wanted him?
Then your husband ain't the Burns I'm marrying?
That's right. You're getting the Burns, but not mine. Mine is the good-looking one. Yours is the clever one.
Here's Jimmy Cash with an up-and-coming tune, Roseanne of Charing Cross.
This is a story of London town. Love is the principal theme. All the story revolves around a girl, myself and my dream. Roseanne of Charing Cross, I keep your memory ever bright. Roseanne of Charing Cross, dressed in your uniform of white, there by my lonely bed, a lovely angel stopped and said, that's only thunder overhead, and that's how we met. Roseanne of Charing Cross, the rose you gave me never died. Roseanne of Charing Cross, it knows one day you'll be my bride, and it will live till then, until that happy moment when I know our paths will cross at Charing Cross again.
Oh, don't you worry your head about it, Zelda. I'll get that Bob Burns over here and see to it personally that you have a lovely wedding.
You sure are a kind-hearted woman, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, well, it's really nothing. Women should help each other whenever they can. You know what I always say? Judy's sister and the O'Grady lady are under the Colonel's skin.
That's mighty clever saying, I reckon.
Well, I'll get right on the telephone. Oh, wait. My husband's coming up the walk now, and Bob Burns is with him.
Oh, be still my heart. Can I see him too, Mrs. Burns?
Oh, no, Zelda, no. Not before the wedding.
Well, how come not?
Why, it's bad luck. On the day I married George, my mother told me I'd have bad luck if I saw him before the wedding. Or did she say after the wedding?
Well, what should I do?
Oh, well, you hide in the other room, and the minute he's ready to marry you, I'll call you.
All right, ma'am.
My, isn't this romantic? I feel just like Cupid, only better dressed.
Gracie, I brought Bob Burns over to clear up that Zelda Swiney situation. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, you see, Gracie, George ain't to blame because...
Oh, I know that, Bob. You're the man Zelda's going to marry.
Gracie, Bob hasn't seen Zelda for 20 years.
Yeah, you see, Gracie, things are done different down in Arkansas than they are in Hollywood. Down in Arkansas, people get married who don't hardly know each other. But here in Hollywood, well, I guess it ain't so different after all.
I'll bet you're anxious for the wedding after being engaged for 20 years.
Engaged? Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. All I ever done was drop a huckleberry in Zelda's bucket.
Well, now, don't be nervous at the wedding, Bob. Of course, most men are.
But they ain't going to be.
George was shaking so much that his garter came undone right in the middle of the ceremony. And he had to hook it back on.
Well, Gracie,
And when we left the church, he didn't realize he'd hooked it on the wrong leg until he dragged a bridesmaid halfway up the aisle.
Gracie, Bob is not interested, and we're leaving for New York in an hour.
I envy you getting married, Bob.
Yeah, but I ain't
Honeymoons are so romantic. I'll never forget mine. We went to our hotel, and for 3 hours, George sat on one side of the room, and I sat on the other.
Look, you don't have to.
Finally, he looked at his wristwatch, and it was 12 o'clock. And he got up, and he walked over to me, and he said, Gracie, we shouldn't behave like strangers. How about a game of checkers?
Yeah, that's mighty romantic.
And I want to be the first to give the happy couple a present. You wait here, Bob. I've got something upstairs you'll adore.
George, if they ever ration talk, you got to get Gracie a C card.
Yeah, she gets kind of wound up.
Yeah, I guess there's only one person in the world can out-talk Gracie. That's my Aunt Gabby Hink. That's my talking aunt. But she has an advantage. She could carry on 2 conversations at once.
Well, how could she do that?
Well, Aunt Gabby had a loose upper plate that clicked when she talked. You know, George, she could recite the Gettysburg Address while her teeth clicked out. The boy stood on the burning deck in Morristown. Yeah, but here I am talking when this is my chance to get out of here. So long, George.
Goodbye, Bob, and thanks for everything.
Hello, George. Well, Bob Burns. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Fine, Bill. Say, look, I'm in kind of a hurry.
Say, I've been wanting to see you, Bob, to talk over old times down in Van Buren.
Yeah, well, right now, you see, I got...
Well, Bob, do you remember old Hank Borum down there in Van Buren?
Bill,
remember he lived in a white house, Bob? Yes, sir, that house was as white as a bar of swan, Bob. The new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap.
Yeah, but I don't recall him, Bill, but...
Bob, you remember Hank Borum.
No,
Oh, he's married to Nellie Gooch, the kraut stomper from Bixby. Remember? They have 17 children. And they bathe every single one of them with Swan, Bob.
Oh, no.
Swan is great for bathing babies, you know. It's kind even to a baby's tender skin. So you know it must be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Bill, Bob has got to get out of here. Gracie's trying to get him married to a woman from Arkansas.
Oh, a woman, huh? Well, let me tell you something about women, Bob. Women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. But Swan is even purer than the finest Castile.
Bob, you grab him by the head and I'll grab him by the feet.
Hey, let go of me, fella. Let me down.
Oh.
Hey!
Well, that's that. So long, George.
Oh, Bob, wait.
Well, here we go again.
Look, Bob, I said I was going to give you and Zelda a wedding present, and I am. Here, Bob, and our best wishes to you both.
Well, now, Gracie, if that ain't the prettiest present. Yes, sir, I always did want one of those. This one sure is a beauty. What is it?
Well, I don't gave it to us for our wedding present.
Well, thank you, Gracie. Whenever I eat off of it or wear it or whatever you're supposed to do with it, I'll think of you. Say, what are them things rattling around in the bottom of it?
Oh, well, just some slices of stale bread. I thought for a few days it might be a toaster.
Well, whatever it is, I wouldn't be without it. And now I think I'll be running along.
Oh, no, Bob. You can't go until you said you'll marry Zelda.
But, Gracie, I couldn't marry you.
Bob, could I speak to you a minute?
Well, sure, George. Pardon us, Gracie.
Look, Bob, that Zelda is in Arkansas, and you'll never see her. Now, if you want to get out of here, you better tell Gracie you'll marry her.
Well, I guess you're right. Okay, it's a deal.
Swell.
Hey, Gracie, I guess I've been acting kind of silly. My love for Zelda was buried so deep in my heart, I didn't know it was there, but George just brought it out with a kind of a verbal Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, really? How wonderful.
Why, I'd marry little Zelda right now if she was here.
Well, she is. Oh, Zelda. I'm coming, ma'am.
Doggone that Huckleberry.
Zelda, Mr. Burns agreed to marry you. Aren't you happy?
I don't know. I never dreamed that 20 years would change Robert Burns from a nice-looking young feller until this here broken-down critter.
Oh, no. No, Zelda, that isn't Robin. That's my husband.
You mean to tell me that this other feller's Bob Burns?
Well, yes, of course.
Well, in that case, I'd rather have your husband.
Oh, Zelda.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to remind you women how tremendously important it is to save your waste kitchen fats. You should be able to collect at least a tablespoonful of waste fats and grease drippings every day from your baking, roasting, and frying. Now put it into a clean, smooth-topped can, and when you've got a pound, take it to your butcher's. Within 21 days, your waste fats will start going into munitions. Remember, when you throw away 1 tablespoonful of waste fat, you're throwing away 2 rounds of anti-aircraft ammunition. So don't help Hitler. Save your waste kitchen fat. Well, here they are, George, Gracie, and Paul Whiteman.
Well, kids, thrilled about going to New York?
You bet, Paul, and we're especially thrilled about the concert you're going to give at Carnegie Hall March 16th.
Oh, and we're especially thrilled because I'm going to play the piano in your concert.
Gracie, you're not going to do any such thing. The idea is ridiculous.
But, George, I wrote a wonderful slogan to advertise my appearance.
You wrote a slogan, Gracie?
Well, yes. The best students of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
You wrote that?
Yes, I heard it on the radio and I sat right down
and wrote it. Gracie, you can't do that slogan.
Oh. Well, here's another one. How's this? That concert of Gracie's won't come from Macy's.
Gracie, you're not going to play in Carnegie Hall.
Well, I've got another slogan. She won't play the cymbals on the 3rd floor at Gimbel's.
Gracie.
And here's another one.
Good night,
play,
folks.
and that
Good
ain't
night.
me. Hey, hey.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when we'll be in New York with our special guest, the lovely Madeline Carroll. Now remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network next Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, see you in New York, and well, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.